Oh, is that?
It was short. My graduating class was over 300. So it's very odd to me, all these small ones for my kids. Christina, she graduated from the same high school I did. My graduating class was over 500. They literally called, they had the kids crisscross on stage because they called one name from here and one name from here, and it was a house. So, I'm originally from the Chicago area. So, yeah.
Call to order. Finance Committee agenda. Committee meeting for June 20th, 2024. Approval of May 16th, 2024 minutes. Any questions, changes?
I'll make a motion to approve minutes.
Motion by Mr. Undershoots. Second. Second by Mr. Widewig. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Minutes are approved. Public comment, limited to 3 minutes per person with a max public comment of 30 minutes on agenda items only. Public comment. Public comment. Public comment.
My name's Matt Golsa. I'm currently an employee of Flambeau River Outfitters. I'm opposed to you spending, with interest $60 million. One of the reasons why I'm opposed to that is because you are putting, not only going to rip down my place of employment, putting my livelihood at stake, but you also put my livelihood at stake of what I've accomplished since I've been at Flambeau River Outfitters, and that is being able to serve the community, serve the kids in the community, being a part of the Flambeau Bass Masters, St. Croix Bass Anglers. This jail could possibly make me homeless. That doesn't sit too well with me. And I want to know, how can a county board sit there and decide how I live my livelihood? I don't think that it's, I also believe that a lot of people have been, I'd say, misinformed, or the correct information that has not been put out there on what this is actually going to do for our economy, what's it going to do for our kids' economy, our grandkids' economy in the future. We're the sixth, I looked it up, we're the sixth poorest county in the state of Wisconsin. How is this, I mean, what do we need a $60 million jail for when back in '84 this one can be built 2 stories up? I just, and no one from the county board or from the courthouse has came over and talked to anybody at Flambeau River Outfitters on what our real options are. Hasn't even offered any help. As a taxpayer, I think that kind of disappointing, it's upsetting. I am one who is totally against you raising my place of employment to the ground so you can have a $60 million jail. That I don't think we need, that we can't afford, per capita, we can't afford this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Sure. I have to agree with them. I think $60 million is gonna put hardship on a lot of people in this county. And,
Can you state your name, please?
sure, Dan Levick. And, you know, with interest rates the way they are right now, just the economy alone, people are hurting. I'm not sure what happened 10 years ago when this was all brought up, that this was a project that needed to be done in a certain amount of time. But 10 years ago, I think we could have swung. Right now, the economy and everybody is hurting bad. So it's gonna be tough on everybody. And I'm sure that every one of us in this room are not millionaires. So let's all think about it real close and, make the right decision. Whether we have to fix up the old one to get by, let's do it. But 60 million, that's gonna hurt a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Please state your name.
My name is Francis Fishway, and I also oppose the $60 million jail. It'd be an eyesore in this town. I moved here from out of state, and one of the things that attracted me to Ladysmith was this town, the aesthetics of this town. $60 million jail in the center of town is gonna really put a world of hurt on people's property values. Not to mention, you're gonna turn people away with the increased property values for this jail. From what I've read, your jail has never been to capacity. So the addition of all these extra beds is uncalled for. I think there could be another way to go about it, perhaps renovating what's already here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
My name is Mary Hatch, and I also oppose this. There's a lot of people that are really struggling, to just keep up with their taxes as they are, and imposing more is just gonna make it even harder on them. I would like to add that I appreciate all the work that this gentleman has been to a lot of things. I appreciate all the work that he's put into it, but realistically, like money-wise, like I just don't see people being able to afford this. This is a lot, and no offense, but I sat and I listened to Sheriff Wallace talk about our towers and the communication for our police officers, and if there was a priority, that should be a priority over a new jail. Because our police officers being safe and our deputies being safe is much more important than a jail. And that's another, I don't even remember what the number was for that. But I'm totally opposed to this.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Yes?
My name is Marge Upton, and both my husband and I are opposed. Bruce would be here to speak, but he just returned from a trip. If necessary. We've been business people. We grew up in Rusk County. We started from scratch. We were able to work our way up, and we want to see the younger generation be able to do that too. But they have to pay extravagant, well, maybe not extravagant, much higher taxes because of the jail. And I also agree with the gentleman with his business. he should not have to sacrifice his business that he built up. I wouldn't wanna have to do it, and I don't think he should have to either. I read some information about that the jail could be remodeled, and it would not be as costly, and that would be the option we would favor, and I think many of our neighbors would also favor, but they're not here, so I'm just kind of throwing that out. I may be getting into discussion a little bit late, especially since you've had architects and everything else talking about skyways. I grew up here. I remember when our main street was stores and businesses, and I have one son that moved out of the county. I'm happy for Sean. He needed to do it for his work. I have the other one that stayed, but I'm not encouraging my grandkids to stay because of things like this. Big expenditures just come up and we're supposed to just go along with it. So, I am in very much opposition, and I know there probably are some new board members and the old board members that were working on this. There's a couple of retired, one that, well, anyway, that's my opinion, and I hope others will stand up and speak and voice theirs if they're here to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Good afternoon. I'm David Jandert from Rusk, and I don't think we need this thing. And there's some thing in today's paper that you might go back to the skywalk. And once we get this thing a-going, we will be doing a lot of things. And right now, the Gerald Wind people, about 325, they're not working. And how are they getting along? And I look at in the garden, when we go to get some food, I watch the old people. Well, I'm an old people too, but I've worked for a long time. And we have a lot of stuff in Bruce right now that they did on us. And I got another $10,000 thing to do. That's my third one. And that's very easy for the ones sitting there saying, oh, well, we'll just put that on you and that'll be it. And that's all in town there, just like you guys here in town. And now I believe that Marty is gonna have a lot of stuff with some other people because you have found some more stuff where he pipes for these guys here, and then they're gonna do a whole bunch of that in along with this. So that's what, I don't think we need it at all, and I think if the people that wanna buy it, they can get the money like I got. I got $3,000, $10,000 things, and I am paying it. I paid it all, as a matter of fact. But if you guys wanna do that, you just get your old thing out and put the old money there, and you guys can buy it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Any other public comment?
I wasn't really gonna say anything, Aaron Webster, because I wanna reserve it for people that don't come here and speak, because I know you guys don't like listening to me. But for the past 2 years, you guys haven't listened to the people, and the people don't want this. They don't want this side of jail. And the new board members that are here, I hope you all remember what you said when you met in the library, when nobody else was there but the new people running, and what you said you stand for on the jail, and that you listen to the people, and the people do not want this jail. I've always maintained that I understand something needs to be done with the jail. I understand it's not safe, I understand there are violations, I understand the issues that we face. So when people wanna give me disgust, that they don't like what I'm doing, it's offensive. I understand what the county is facing. The reality is that as taxpayers, we are facing a lot, and we cannot afford this jail. We do not need this size of the jail. We can go back to the drawing board and do something different and be more creative if we want to. And the answer that I believe is that this county will not do that. Because historically, you don't do that, and you don't listen to the people. The people do not want this jail. I've heard way too many of you say that this will be a burden on the taxpayers. And all of you that have said that, you know it's going to be a burden. Don't you dare vote yes, because I will go back and I will find you on my video that you said it will be a burden and you voted yes for something that we cannot afford as taxpayers in this county. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
It's easy to
Good
spend
afternoon.
other people's
Terry
money.
Musburger. I'm gonna be a little bit different in the comments, cause, I somewhat want to, I suppose, be somewhat apologetic to you. I have my building for sale, when I'm out in the public, I'm getting bombarded that, you're selling your building to the county at a fantastic rate. And so then I've kind of played along with it a little bit and said, yeah, I'm holding out for $250,000. So if I caused you any, I don't wanna say harm, but any extra garbage from that, I apologize, but I just don't like it bombarded from people that I'm profiting off your potential jail in any way. So I just wanted to make that clear, okay? So, thank you.
Let's see a word.
Any other public comment? Any other public comment? If there's no more public comment, public comments will close. Discussion possible motion, number 1 has been scratched. Number 2, remember foreclosures.
So, can we get them up on the?
Yeah, you can, I guess it's pretty good.
Well, there's just 3.
We can't hear them
For your
even.
computer, or
We can buy a thing to. They really don't want to be heard.
I sent them out in an email. Did you look at them at all?
I did. How about anybody else?
Who's the guy in black
Okay,
there that's?
so number 3 is,
What's his name? He's the one that started it. Yeah, right there.
Jackson, like the town of Cedar Rapids. That one there, that one, those people are deceased.
which number, or
That's tough.
what do you want?
Yeah, see, there's a little corner up there, a little corner, it's like, probably about an acre, so that one there is, there's nothing wrong. I mean, there's no reason why we wouldn't be able to take it. The 2, they're both deceased, the son has been paying the taxes, he said, like, for many years, he said, I just don't know why I'm paying the taxes, I don't come up anymore, so he's just letting it go, so that one, would be,
There's no improvements on that.
nope, just a little corner. Yeah, that's all.
Which is basically a square acre.
The other one, in we did in the town of Rusk, it's like in like 2-year, like, especially right there. That one, I've been dealing with a granddaughter. They've been behind for a few years. They've sent money and it has been void. kind of stuff. I've been contacting her through email, and, I just got a piece of mail back today as, undeliverable. We looked up the address, and we think that he is now in, some sort of like a retirement home. Her granddaughter hasn't gotten back to me. I told her today's a meeting, you know, if we decide, if, you know, maybe we wanna make payments. She hasn't gotten ahold of me, so I'm thinking, I mean, I've done way more than what I would what I would do to try to get in contact with them. Phone calls don't get answered, so, that one also is a lot. And this is basically just to, okay, if we would take it. I don't see any reason why not to take it. Okay, so the one in Bruce. That one has been on our, tax deed for a lot, I think ever since I started. So that one is a really dilapidated house. These people bought it in 21. When they purchased it, they didn't realize that there was 2 years of back taxes already on it that was owed by the previous owner. So they owe that, since they've owned it since 2021, they've made one $200 payment. Never have paid on their taxes. They also have a special assessment on that back road, so that one is going to be, right now they owe around $3,000 just to get it out of foreclosure, but they also have the special assessments that will go on next year. I think their taxes right now are a couple $100, maybe $284, so it's a really dilapidated place. She called me, I have given her, she's actually 5 years behind because she promised to start making payments, and then she said that her husband had cancer for 2.5 years. She was in a car accident, lost her job. I've given her all these places, during COVID, they were like paying anybody's taxes, it seemed like, if you applied. I gave her that information. Indian Head, I contacted them to see if they could help her in this next couple of weeks. She called yesterday or the day before and said that they both have jobs now, they're gonna try to make $300, and I don't remember now if it was $300 a month or $300 a week to get it caught up. So this one is one, you know, I've been letting it go. I don't know how much we actually want to take this and then put them out or see what happens in the next year. I mean, if they get those last two, their taxes aren't that much, but like I said, they're going to have special assessments this coming year. They're living it. She's told me a couple times ago when I talked to her that they use great stuff to block up holes and.
Could you maybe explain for the newer board members how the process works with taking these and what we do with the proceeds from the sales?
Yeah, so it used to be, we would take properties to get our taxes back, get them on the tax roll, we would actually get to keep that, the proceeds. And then there was an Act 216 where if they had any, this was in 2022, any proceeds would have to either go to lien holders or back to the property owner. We have paid some lien holders back, like they have state tax liens, but there was always a problem with NREM. When you take them, the law is once you take them, then all liens are extinguished. Now there's another act, I'm not even sure, I think it's 207. This one is where the liens are extinguished, and so any proceeds other than what we have spent on, taking the property, advertising the property, and, then they get the proceeds. So they would possibly, I can't even imagine that would sell for $4,000. I don't think. So if we did take it, published it to sell, I don't know if we would get, like I said, $4,000. Is there a picture of it? And that picture was from 2017. I mean, that's probably a pretty good picture. I haven't been by there lately. Yeah, this is just on the corner there. But I think that's on the street where, Mr. Johnder also has special assessments that will be coming on next year. So this one is, do we see if she is going to make payments for another year? Or do we take it, we'd have to evict them?
This one here, I wouldn't give more than 3 months. That way you're still here to make sure it doesn't fall through the cracks. Let's see if they honor their word. That's my thought on it.
And I think we could probably still take it, without going through the whole process again.
What's your thought on that?
I would say yes.
We let it go a year. We're just gonna have more penalties on it if something's not happening. We're gonna try to improve or recoup. It's an idea.
Well, right, I mean, like I said before, she was going to make payments, she was gonna pay with her tax returns, it just never happened, but she had excuses for all of that, but I mean, I guess I would give her, like you say, we could give her a few months, and then, I think we could still just, wouldn't have to go through that whole process again, we would just have to go through the court, just get a court date. That's my thought.
If you can revert the timeline, that might speed things up if she does plan on making payments.
Right, if she knows that there's another year, might just sit there and, yeah.
Does somebody make a motion for the regional?
I'll move that we give him 3 more months. If nothing happens, then
On the number one, the rest, the other two we'll take.
the other 2 we take.
I'll second that.
You can't hear them. Motion by Mr. Coggins and second by Meyer to, 3 more months. Which one is this, Patrick?
6.
It's number one, it's,
Number one.
106-00341.
So that's the motion. If not, I would just go to court.
Our court date is next Friday. And I can pull her from there.
Everybody good with that? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Take those, unless they pay, they want.
Number 3, forestry request to utilize parks trail development funds. 4-H ATV trail graveling and ditching for $2,500. Newspaper advertisement for ATV trail and county woods roads opening dates. Anybody here?
Dane's here.
Oh, man, I can't even see you back there.
Yeah, you got questions or? You want the long version or the short version of either of them?
We're in the middle.
Yeah.
So the first one is for gravel and ditching to repair a section of ATV trail off the end of the Fort Hill Trail. It was damaged during a logging operation fall of last year. Since it was the product of a logging operation, it was felt that it should come out of our funds and not ATV trail development, ATV trail maintenance. And then one is for, so they changed the dates for, opening, close, or the opening of the funded ATV trails and the woods roads, the non-funded trails in the county forest. And so there was ads put out to inform the public, because there was a lot of confusion out there after the change of dates, so. I don't think we have exact numbers on the ads yet, I think we haven't gotten billed for all of those yet, but they're around like $150 to $160.
Yeah, I think Jared called me on that.
Okay.
And said he thought it would be less than 200.
Yeah.
So I know kind of threw that okay to do that, to get it out there before people started riding on trail this year. So I guess we're looking for approvals on these two.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Mr. Undershoots, second
Second.
by Mr. Myers to approve the two items on the forestry request, utilize Parks Trail Development Funds,
Up to 2,500.
up to 20, for ditching for 25.
You wanna put a limit on the ads too?
I think they're already ran, isn't it?
Okay.
They already ran. And I told him,
He's giving us some estimates.
yeah, when he had called, he said it was gonna be under 200, and I said, over 2, so. That's what I saw. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Resolution to approve utilization of general funds balance to purchase highway parking equipment. Highway.
We met with the highway department last month and we were, let known that there is a surplus, a preliminary surplus for 23, the general levy. Our committee recognizes that there is a dire need for equipment purchases. We presented to them, numerous equipment trucks, loader costs of replacing such equipment. And we recognize there is a large burden that our equipment fund will not sustain, as well as the approved levy for 24. So what we're requesting is 500,000 of that levy to be used for equipment purchases, and then to authorize up to 400,000 of that levy to purchase a new loader.
Is there a reason now, the last couple of years, we're all of a sudden levying all this money for equipment? It sounds like maybe there's an issue that we're just throwing money at, fixing the issue.
What we've kind of gathered is that there wasn't action done prior years. So what's happening, 10 years ago, we bought used equipment, 3 trucks from one county, another truck from, these are straight salt trucks. Salt is extremely tough on our equipment, and we bought them used, and so we sat on them used, and now, 10 years later, all 3 trucks that we bought from one county plus the truck from the other county, has failed DOT inspections. So that's fallen apart. We have a loader that hasn't been replaced from 93, with over 18,000 hours on it. That is, to repair that is over 100,000. We just replaced an excavator that we had to replace, that had a crack going up the boom as well as going out. So it's not us replacing equipment because we want to, it's become a need and a safety reason. So what I'm kind of saying is that we kind of sat on it too long ago, and now it's caught up to us.
Before the equipment fund maintained itself, transfers it went into the fund.
So the equipment fund is, revenue goes in, correct, and then the expenses to fix the equipment also comes out of that. So when your equipment's getting old like it is, all that expense comes out as well. So if your costs are beating your revenue, you're not gonna raise that fund up.
at the end of the year, not only does the equipment expense go in there, but we do allocate shop overhead, and that comes out of there as well. But the goal is, yes, to have that equipment fund self-sustain itself. So once we get up there and caught up on these behind purchases on trucks and motor, it should be able to, self-fund it, or maintain the highway equipment purchases. But when we have 2 trucks that we need to purchase, that's pushing 700,000. That's the fund, it's gone.
How much is in the fund currently?
At the end of April, there was, I'll get you the exact number, 712,000. Keep in mind too, that doesn't include a $12,000 conveyor that was purchased for shouldering. There's a 60,000 hot patcher. There's some setup costs for each equipment we purchase. There's sometimes setup costs. That would be parts that would go in the service truck. The cost to go get the equipment goes into setup, gets charged to there. And there's also about 57,000 that's remaining from the excavator and the 2 plow trucks that the levy from 750, if you guys are familiar, we levied 750,000 last year for 24 for equipment purchases. So 57 of that needs to come out of our equipment fund.
How much levy did we put into it for the 2024 budget? Into the equipment?
750,000. So that's 2 plow trucks, which we have half of it. We have the cab and chassis paid for, and then December we're expecting the second half of the truck. They're down in Monroe.
Previously, we hadn't put levy in for a lot of years. We put the 750,000 in to get us caught up on equipment,
Yes,
but that didn't get us caught up on equipment.
it's gonna take more than 1 year or 2.
Did that new piece of equipment come out of that?
The excavator?
Yeah.
Yes, since that levy is,
out already, or does it still have?
it's coming out of the levy. It's not, I haven't closed June or May yet, but it will come out of the levy. So if you account for the excavator, and then we have paid for the cab and chassis trucks, you take that out of there, and that's gonna leave you 277,000 of that levy, which second half of them trucks are gonna use up.
So the wheeled excavator did come out of the 750, or did we
Yep.
take that out of?
Since that was since that was earmarked, for equipment purchases, and then the levy, if you look at our budget, it falls on the equipment fund page in that budget area. And since levy doesn't carry over, we hit that levy, use that levy first.
Maybe explain to the committee too how that works, how you rebuild that equipment fund. What's the advantage of purchasing new equipment, how that works to rebuild that equipment fund?
So, new equipment is, you can kinda tell is that you're not gonna have a lot of cost to it, you're gonna have more revenue. So, more revenue is gonna hit that equipment fund, less cost. So, over time, obviously you're gonna build that equipment fund more than you're taking out of it.
Where are your revenues coming from?
So we do work for the state, through an RMA, about $750,000. So our trucks, when we do state roads, we do work for townships, and we do work for departments. So when we use our equipment, they have a set equipment rate, and that is set by the state. So when we charge the equipment, we charge it to the job, and then that revenue offsets that cost.
So an older piece of equipment you charge less?
No,
Or is it
they,
all one standard, like, so if we get a new payloader, is that the same standard, the same cost?
state equipment rate, so, because the state goes by a class, so if they're classified as, I don't know, 106, so any excavator that falls in that category, whether how old it is, will be at $50 an hour, for example.
Okay. Is that just for the state though?
That's for all the equipment, they set the rate for all our pieces of equipment.
So if we approve to recommend to the board 500,000, You could build this up. Are you gonna be coming back to the board in another year and say, we need this again?
I hope not to, I can't guarantee in 25 we're not gonna ask for a new levy, I don't know, we haven't looked at the budgets, we don't know where we're falling right now. But this would help alleviate getting a new loader, some of our burden. The biggest thing is we need to catch up on our motor trucks. We do have two coming, but they're still behind.
How many trucks are in the county fleet? How many usable trucks are in the county fleet?
That's a good question, I couldn't give you an exact number on it, but
You have that
I'd have to throw out,
form that Sean did, Andy, that you could maybe,
I do not have any, sorry.
maybe email it out to the board.
Are you talking about the one with
The form where he gave all the pieces of equipment a rating, which I thought was very helpful, and that opened my eyes to some stuff. Brought it to the main meeting, I believe, but I don't know if it was part of a packet where it was put.
On the transition period over at the highway, department currently,
Or what?
who's the highway commissioner?
Emily's our intro.
She is.
Interim though. You're not. So eventually we're gonna have, whether you apply for the highway commissioner position or somebody else does, I would assume pretty shortly we're gonna have a new commissioner or somebody who's officially got it. Would we wait to see what the commissioner recommends?
We have one of two choices when it comes to the loader. Put $100 and some thousand into one with 18,000 hours on it, or purchase a different one. My suggestion for you guys that don't know, get in touch with Emily and go tour the shop.
We
It's
did
gonna
have-
open your eyes.
We had a tour a couple weeks ago, and
We're a minimum of 3 pickups down right now in the last 2 years that have been put out of commission for rusting out frames. Those have not been replaced. Bought one used one, actually we're down 4, now we're down 3.
Right now, they're putting new rails under some of the boxes just to keep them on. Very, very, very sad.
They're spending a lot of money right now in repairs.
I do realize the importance of the highway department and the equipment needed to maintain the roads, but I am afraid that instead of figuring out what our problem is out there, we're throwing money as the Band-Aid. That's the problem.
And equipment?
Yeah.
How's equipment just throwing a Band-Aid, buying
So
something?
it sounds like the
something
equipment
that's
fund
wore out?
should maintain itself, and it's not, so there's an issue somewhere.
No, no, no. This stuff was wore out before you and I got here, Phil. It should have been replaced years ago.
Yeah, some of it actually should have been.
We're just in the hot seat now.
There's never been a good plan out there by the last few people, and the last couple haven't had a chance to set up the plan, but before that, there was not a good plan in place
Plan now.
to replace things. That needs to be put on the new commissioner. But we can't just, we have to take some action, right, this is my
I understand your frustration, but the equipment, we don't have, is it one of the biggest, one of the important motors that we shot out there that we need,
yes,
that we use regularly? If it goes down, then what are we?
We got 712,000 in the equipment.
Not really, because you got all this other expenditure coming.
and like Jim mentioned, we are 3 pickups, I haven't even set that all in there.
Also, a few years ago, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, somewhere along the way, there was a bunch of money taken from the equipment fund at highway? Used. Who's from where? I thought it came out of the equipment for the plant.
Laptop funds. Yes, that was a separate.
Who was in the blacktop fund? And then where did that go? For the plant? I believe.
Cover other capital projects so that we can fund for other things.
These guys
And I
are
plan on
new. And I was on
bringing
this,
that other,
some years
Which was
back.
nothing to do with your department.
Yeah,
It
Right.
was
2 times I was here.
something done by
They
previous
should
management. It was
have.
But that's
$500,000.
another issue that we need to do something about. The, which part? equipment, and then that $500,000 that came out of the Black Cat Plant Fund was used for other things that we really, didn't wanna buy a bond for. So, it could've been repairs at the fairgrounds, or I'm not entirely sure what those items were, it might have been like
We
the
used that money
computers.
up in other budgets,
Yes.
and we're still bonded.
What the hell does he have to say? He's the sheriff.
Yeah, cut back on some budgets this year.
I don't disagree with you, though. When it comes to equipment, we're gonna pay what you're gonna get. You're gonna have to spend a little money to get your stuff out of the parks. I think this was before you were out here, this, before I know. I agree with what you're saying. I really do.
A lot of old and tired equipment. The shop roof is leaking on the bench right now. Instead of maybe putting a new metal roof on years ago, they decided to put a rubber roof on. I don't know what the thought was behind that, maybe that was the best way to fix it. I don't know. Salt shed, the back wall got pushed out from being so full of salt.
We'd be looking at repairing the roof now. It's still leaking.
It's leaking at the present moment, as far as I know. Yeah, it's
We just went through that on property.
Monday.
Addressed it.
Monday we discussed it, and then we sent it to properties.
Oh, boy.
We have no clue what that's gonna take. I mean, the day we took the trailer, I was showers. The bench was stained brown, so evidently it's getting a fair amount of water in there. So.
One of our trucks is so bad, the taillights don't even stay in without silicone. There's not a piece of metal around it that holds the taillights, but silicone. Yeah.
Those used salt trucks that were bought was not maybe not one of the better decisions the county's made in the past few
That's
years.
the whole thing that caused the equipment not to be able to maintain stuff, was purely the use salt trucks.
I wouldn't say that's the start of it, because we
Spent-
want somebody else's.
Spent a lot of money lately on equipment that should have been done little by little, and instead it got to the point where
I haven't been buying anything for the last few years.
one only bought one or two, what, they buy one quad one year and one quad another year?
I think that's when they came in, they're delayed, but 2 lots, yes.
I think the first quad showed up my first year, and then the second quad was the second year. Fall.
Which in my opinion, they shouldn't have bought quads. I don't know what county needs quads for, but that's my opinion, but that's what they were bought, but previous committee approved it, and we're stuck with it.
How long ago was the quads purchased?
One came in 22,
One came-
21 was the other one or something like that, or
It might have
22 and
got closer
23?
to the beginning of 23, and then the end of 23.
But that
Beginning
one
of
was,
23, that is,
You're on?
what?
This one's here.
Yeah, 34 and 38, yes.
I know they both showed up when I.
Yeah, one was in the beginning of I think January of 23, it got put in service, and then 38 was August 23.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
What's it mean when it says state truck?
those are the ones that are dedicated to doing work on state roads for plowing and stuff. So those are usually the better, newer trucks that we have, if I'm understanding how that works.
Yeah.
With better, more reliable equipment on the state roads.
This would be a good thing for this committee to see, so I would please email this to
Is this where they're
the
digging?
committee members and give you a break.
What's that name of that?
Our equipment, what shape it's in. And then if you really wanna see it firsthand, just
Highway department.
talk to somebody down the highway, I'll show you.
That's really good in Bruce.
I believe the commissioner will be presenting at the county board meeting on Tuesday night with photographs of the state of some of the equipment.
Correct.
What's everybody thinking, or what's your train of thoughts?
Jamie, if they take 500,000 out of the general fund balance, how much is that gonna leave in there from surplus of this year?
Well, the surplus of 23 is still preliminary.
Right.
But there'd still be 700,000-800,000.
After this 500 out.
Well, I don't like it, but I think it's money we have to spend. We, there's not a one of us here who hasn't heard from a relative or a friend who lives out of this county that comes to visit that says, well, we know when we cross the county line. And if we keep making the highway department run without the proper resources, we're gonna be getting the same thing over and over again. So, I think we should approve this. I'll make that motion.
A motion by Mr. Coggins to approve.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Meyer to approve the resolution, utilize general fund balance to purchase highway equipment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I know, where did, I thought I did it.
My turn to report. It's fine.
Where's that?
Right here.
Way back here. Does anybody have any objections to moving number 21 up, Britta's treasure report?
No.
Is it okay, Terry?
That's it, no objections.
Phil? Jim? Brian? Any objections to moving number 21, Britta's treasure report up?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, we better.
Alright.
I'm okay with it.
Well, it could have jumped right into something
I
else.
forgot. Actually, I thought we, go ahead.
Oh, if there's any questions, I went over the NREM, there's my report on what we have. We're
Money trees are
collecting-
doing good.
Huh?
Money trees are doing good.
Yes, alright.
Don't know we have it. We'll ask about it.
Yeah, that's true.
We just sent out like 3,000 reminders for taxes to be paid, so we'll be getting somebody, and there's there's 3.7 million out yet for postpone, and postpone usually gets paid, it's the other delinquents that are out there that are 800 and some thousand, so.
So these CDs there's a couple of them renew the 2nd of July, I saw.
Oh yeah,
Right?
the security financial ones.
Yeah, so what will they be rolled into, what kind of interest
I don't know
rate
yet,
will
if
be
they
available
might
then?
just go right into our checking because we're getting the best right there. Unless I start to see that they're starting to fall, then I'll put them into something else.
4% is the best you can get on that?
Well, that's what it was back then.
Yeah, you should.
We were, we got like 5 1/4.
Right.
Right.
Out there for 5.4.
Yeah, so there, right there is
Couple of them.
where our
It was 5.4 in our.
fluid money right there, so I would just probably leave it in there. I thought it was gonna fall a lot quicker, but it has come down just a smidgen, but.
Well, is there any more questions for her? Anything else? I guess if not,
Thank you very
free to
much.
run. Free to run. Number 5. Presentation on bonding by Justin Fisher from there.
Thanks for having me here today. It's good to see everyone. So what I thought I could go through real quick here with everyone is a brief recap of what we've been discussing really since 2021. You know, when we started this whole planning project and the different scenarios that we've looked at, and ultimately where we've landed and had discussions with you over the last several months. So the presentation packet that I present or handed out here, I'll run through that, and if there's any questions, please stop me there. So looking at page 1, again, financing goals and assumptions. The goals minimize the tax impact for the taxpayers. That's the main goal. Strategic mill rate drop starting in 2037. Provide flexibility to reduce the long-term debt if funds are available. Hopefully the project cost comes in less than what we're anticipating. Include local banks in the issuance process like we've done in the past. Maximize the investment earnings that can be used towards the project, as you just heard, 5.4%. That's kind of where interest rate is right now in the LGIP for short-term rates. So that's very attractive to be able to take the proceeds and invest it for the time being as you spend down on the project costs. Spend down the proceeds within 2 to 3 years to avoid any arbitrage rebates. So because you are going to be earning more than potentially what you borrow for, as long as you spend down on certain requirements, you'll be able to keep any extra earnings and use that towards the projects that are being borrowed for. So that's a great thing. And then maintain the borrowing capacity for future capital projects. Again, we've been looking at this. We've looked at 100 different scenarios, but ultimately we got to a point where when we look at the overall financials of the county, not only today but also planning for the future, because that's a very important thing. Making sure that you can continue to get things done in the future is a main priority, and I think we've achieved that the way things are panning out. So debt structuring assumptions. Long-term credit rating by Standard & Poor's. The county was upgraded earlier in 2024 from an A+ to a AA-. That was very, very good news because, you know, as we go into this potential financing, that's only going to help keep the interest rates lower when we go out to the public market. Repayment is 20-year term for the jail. That's the maximum term you can do for general obligation debt. So again, trying to match up the useful lives. Obviously, hopefully the jail useful life is much longer than 20 years, but that's by state statute the maximum you can go for general obligation debt. 10-year amortization for the CIP, because again, those useful lives on those projects are going to be a little bit shorter, so we don't want to take it out longer than what the useful life of that particular project is going to be. And that's pretty consistent with what we've done on prior financing and borrowings for the county in the past for their CIP. So the first phase would be $29,500,000 general obligation promissory notes in 2024. $23.5 million would go towards the jail. $6 million would go towards the 2024 and 2025 capital improvement projects. Begin investing the funds early, maximizing the investment earnings, and then flexibility to jump into the bond market when we're ready and timing is optimal. Ultimately, we want to know that the project is going to be, coming in around where we originally projected. We want to make sure that the audit is complete. We want to see the valuations come out in mid-August, see how that looks. And then once we kind of, get all those different pieces of the puzzle in place, that's when we start looking at the interest rate market and figuring out when is the optimal time to jump in the market and lock in the interest rates for the long-term financing. Phase 2 would be $10 million for the general obligation promissory notes. This will be all for the jail. So again, 23.5 the first year to get things going. Then once that money is spent down, you would issue another $10 million. And again, the reason for that is because if you issue $10 million or less in a calendar year, you're able to take advantage of what's called bank qualified rates, which we went through in the last finance committee meeting. Again, what that does is get you lower interest rates when you go out to the market. Phase 3 would be $8 million in 2026. This would get you the remaining proceeds if you need them for the jail. Ideally, that project comes in less, and you don't need to borrow for it. Same kind of scenario we're running into with Wood County, where we're kind of looking at the tail end of that project, and they may not need to borrow for it all. They're deciding right now, do they need to, or do they not need to borrow for that, which is a good position to be in. Then $3 million would go towards the 2026 and 2027 capital improvement projects. So again, borrowing every other year for capital improvement projects to get your highways done, equipment purchases completed, et cetera, improvements within the county done. And that would be again bank qualified. So everything is assumed 2.5% for a growth factor to the valuation. We talked about this in the past, but on average, the county's been growing at 3.5%. So hopefully using a conservative growth rate there.
But this was also, the growth rate was calculated before Gelman closed down as well, which could affect our growth rate.
Yeah, and that's where, you know, again, August, we're gonna get the new valuation come out by the Department of Revenue. We're gonna take a look at that, see what, you know, kind of growth there was there. Ideally, it still comes in because housing prices continue to, you know, they keep rising, inflation is still prevalent, et cetera. And we're kind of seeing it all over the state that, you know, our valuations are projected to grow again about a decent amount this year. So that is kind of the goals and assumptions. Going to page 2, this kind of gives a summary of the impacts that the taxpayers may feel. So based on $38.5 million, we talked about this past, but about 73 cents per thousand, and then for the CIP about 61 cents per thousand, and then $3 million again for continuing the improvement projects, highway equipment purchases, etc., whatever you need to keep things running and improvement made. That would be 61 cents for a total maximum impact that we are projecting of $1.34 per thousand. So on a $173,000 property, that's $126 in the jail, and about $105 for the CIP.
That's calculating if other loans drop off though, right?
That is 100% taking into account the existing debt taken out.
So the mill rate would go down.
Yeah,
So, instead of going down, it just goes up by this much.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's what we've been planning for since 2021, is trying to pay down the county's debt, knowing that we have this large project on the horizon. The county has borrowed since 2021. Again, trying to take advantage of these.
So if you're looking at the actual impact of the project, you would have to calculate it, what it would go down, because it is impacting it from going down, the tax rate.
Yeah, and that's what we've talked about in the past, is how that drops, and the interest, or the financings are basically layered into there to reduce the impact for the taxpayers. Absolutely. And it's gonna be taken over a 4-year period, so it's not gonna be day one that you're gonna feel this maximum impact. But basically over a 4-year period, so 60 cents potentially in 2025, 35 cents per thousand in 2026, and then 20 cents in 27, and 19 cents in 2028, and then it starts to flatline, where we don't have any. So it's really trying to do strategic, minimal-ish impacts to the taxpayers versus one large impact, in the first year. Because again, this is gonna take some time to build this project, et cetera, and you have the capital project, the capital improvement projects happening every other year. Again, modeled out forever, whether that happens or not, that's up to you.
I think last time you had the numbers of the actual impact,
Yeah, so I did not include that in this particular one, since we went through all those details in the last one. What I did include on the next page, page 3, is this general obligation borrowing capacity chart. Because again, this is a nice visual for everyone to see that, taking everything that I just talked about into account, it basically shows you that the black bars, that's your existing, the red bars, that's the 24, 25 CIP in jail, for the 29.5, blue is the jail for the 10, and then the orange, 26, 27 CIP, and then the purple is the future CIP for 3 million every other year going forward. Again, total hypothetical there, but we wanted to model it in to show you that this is taking everything into account, and do you have borrowing capacity remaining when it's all said and done? And the answer is yes, we do have at least 45% potentially capacity, assuming a 2.5% growth factor to your valuation. Again, that valuation comes in higher, this capacity only grows. But again, the goal here is to always maintain we start getting a little close to, close to comfort, so at the 45%, it shows that you at least have the ability, if something came up unexpected that was large that you needed to get done, you could do it, and not put yourself in a bad financial situation going forward. And this is something that we talked to the rating agency Standard & Poor's about when we had our call with them before they upgraded the county, so they are fully aware of this project coming potentially. And they still gave the upgrade knowing that the county needed to get these projects done, and you've been very prudent in paying off your debt over the last several years leading up to this, so it's been very strategic, and then they saw it, recognized it. So now going to the next page, the 2024 financing timeline. So this will kind of go through the bonding process and the different steps. I mean, a lot of steps have been done, a lot of the planning, a lot of the back and forth, phone calls, meetings, etc. So now we're kind of to that point of getting the financing locked in if it's approved by the board. So made the presentation on May 16th, that finance made the presentation to the county board on May 21st, talking about the borrowings tonight, the initial borrowing resolutions. And then ultimately, the county board would consider the committee's recommendation regarding the initial borrowing resolutions next week, June 25th. On July 18th, that's when finance committee would consider the plan of financing and adopting the parameters resolution for the phase one. So that's the $29.5 million. And ultimately, what that does is give a few individuals the authority to lock in the bond sale when timing is when we're ready and timing is optimal. Ultimately, the finance director, administrator, or county board chair would have that authority. So again, we got some more steps we gotta kind of wait for as far as the audit getting done and valuations coming out and project costs kind of getting a little bit more squared away. But ultimately, what this is giving is the green light to say, yes, we do want to pursue this project, so then ultimately we can get this plan done and the first piece locked in for this year, so we can implement the rest of the plan as I'm presenting it here. So the county board would consider the parameters resolution on July 23rd. Then we would go with, actually myself, Jamie, we would all, start the official statement process. So what that is basically think about the county putting a bunch of financial information in an offering document that's going to be sent out to the public market to review. They want to review it and look at, what's been going on in the county, what valuation they're doing, and what the fund balance looks like, etc. Ultimately, they can make an informed decision on if they want to buy your bonds or not, because it's going to be going out to local banks, national banks, insurance companies, whoever buys municipal bonds ultimately, and they got to make a determination if they want to bid on that insurance agreement. And so that's what that official statement does, is help them with that information process on whether they want to bid or not, essentially. We would go through that credit rating process for Standard & Poor's again, ultimately, hopefully affirming that AA- bond credit rating that you've been recently upgraded for. So that would be our phone call where myself, Ashley, Jamie, and whoever else would want to participate. Ultimately, talking to the analysts from Standard & Poor's, telling about why the county is the greatest county in the world. And ultimately, then they would go to their committee and make a recommendation on what bond credit rating you should receive based on their information that they gather. So that's a pretty involved process there. And then once we're in that position, that's when ultimately we would look to go out to the market when time is ready. We're in a better position. Then the authorized officer signs the approving certificate. Again, that would be the day that we go out to the market and ultimately receive bids back from potential buyers, and then the settlement by the end of 2024. So that's the first kind of phase to get things rolling and get things in construction potentially started here end of 2024, early 2025. And again, in that meantime, kind of investing those proceeds ideally at a higher rate than what we're going to be borrowing for. Because again, what I showed you last time was, we're looking at projecting rates between around 4.5%. Ideally, maybe interest rates come in less, but I want to be hopefully conservative in our planning, and then we come in less, and save taxpayers even more money. So that's the goal.
Any questions? 12, a new Rusk County Jail.
Do you guys have questions?
Everybody read the resolution?
When's the last time the ad hoc committee has met on this?
We met not this year.
February?
Yeah, I think so.
So we haven't, after the public, because that was the whole purpose of the letters, was we're gonna send a letter out to the public. It was, we were gonna see what they said, and there was, I went to a couple of meetings, there was a lot of public comment. I would assume you guys would've went back and had a meeting for the ad hoc committee after that to, address the concerns of the public. Before bringing that to the finance committee.
We haven't had nothing since we had the.
Because the only thing the board's acted on up to this point was to pursue with the letter.
Yeah, and I was
In the
told that
informational meetings.
this plan that was presented was not the plan, that was the whole selling point of the letters was, this is
Get
not the
public
plan,
input.
we're just looking for a public input.
That was specifically stated that night.
Yep, and now it's here.
I think we might have the cart in front of the horse. I mean, I've never been through this process before, so I guess I got some questions on myself, but doesn't the board need to vote on what we're actually gonna do before we pursue financing? I don't know.
I would think this
On a
is
project like
back
this.
in the ad hoc committee to, address some of the concerns that were brought up.
As far as,
Public?
I think you probably end up with the same answers though. We have the same standstill. I know what the answers and the questions are out there, so we're gonna bring back the same answer. Nobody wants it. Everybody understands why we need it, but then everybody wants to expand it back.
So what is the plan
This
for Flammable River Outfitters? What is the plan for Flammable River Outfitters? Has the county, done anything to reach out to see how we can relocate them if we go through
We
with
haven't
this?
even got to that point to.
Oh, so we don't really, so we
By what
probably
I
shouldn't
gather,
vote
we
on that
haven't
if
even
we
got to that
don't have a
point.
plan.
Yeah, no, it's not mine.
I don't know why it's on the agenda.
Well, no disrespect to Flammable Outfitters at all, but that's county property, but until the county votes to what it's gonna do with that property, how can you notify them of something other than, well, we might do this? Well, they're already aware that the county might do this. But there's
this
nothing to
resolution
put
is
in
to
place,
authorize
it's just
construction.
the direction we're going.
This is to authorize construction of a new Rusk County jail.
Where?
The resolution, that's.
So where are we putting it?
We haven't really
Is
decided.
it going to a green site? Is it going to the old
Well,
site?
it's
Is it going over
venture.
to this parking lot? The board hasn't voted
It
on it yet.
specifies, a project that Daniels and Venture Group came up with that cost $38.5 million to be funded through obligation funds. And it's stating that the finance committee is recommending this to the board of supervisors. And it's stated in this resolution. So this project is financed through the general obligation fund, the whole project, a $38.5 million, 75-bed, Daniels Group Venture Architect design.
Mr. Chair, may I speak?
Absolutely.
I understand we need to do something. I've been upstairs. I've made the comment in this room, you couldn't pay me enough to work up there. I get it, okay? I don't think that we have thought this through completely. We know we need to do something, so we're rushing into a solution to put it across the street when we're not thinking about the future. We know in 8 to 10 years, we gotta do something with the highway shop. We've been told that. We know another 8 to 10, maybe 15 years after that, we're gonna have to do something with this building. Okay? what are we doing here? We're not even considering going somewhere where we can do this project in phases to take care of all of those things. We're just rushing to put it across the road in that parking lot and attach it to this building. Now we have for lack of a better use, all total with interest, a $60 million boat anchor tied around our neck, sitting right there that ties us right here. We really need to go back and think this through. We really need to have those conversations before we go vote on this. Send it to the county board next Tuesday for all the rest of us to sit in this room and vote on whether we're gonna go forward with this or not. You know, this is the decision that this committee has to make, and I don't envy you for having to make this decision. However, we need to really, really think this through before we just say, yeah, we're gonna do this now and that's where we're gonna put it.
As I came on the ad hoc committee late. And you know what, I'm just gonna throw it out there. I couldn't agree better with Stacy. I think this whole thing has just been pushed a little sideways. I feel like it's getting rammed down our throat. That's my personal opinion. I think we could do better. I don't know if it's based on whether it's the architect or who got lined up, or our budget was. I just think we can do better. Start over.
I would recommend looking at a different architectural firm as well.
Mr. Chair, can I speak? I've been in this position for 10.5 years. I asked for this at the beginning of my term as sheriff because the need was there then. And we do what we do best, is kick the can down the road. We don't plan for the future. We don't do anything. I think the Band-Aid was what we do. I don't understand it. I have pushed safety and security here since day one. I pushed for safety and security in the courthouse. It took 9 years to get any kind of security to this courthouse. Because what do? We kick it back to a different committee, that kicks it to this committee, that kicks it to this committee. We've been working on this for well over a year. The ad hoc committee has looked at multiple different things. I heard a question come up and said, well, why didn't they provide us with a greenfield site? Why? Because the county didn't ask them to. It isn't their job to come in here and say, this is what you should do. They came to this committee and said, what do you want? Where do you want it? And these are the things that come up. They looked at 7 or 8 different to try and get it here because that's what the county wanted it. They wanted it right here. And now that it's here and we have to make a decision on it, we're gonna say, nope, we wanna start over. How much money have you put into this project already that you're just gonna throw away? I don't understand it. I can tell you what, I've been shipping inmates out since May. Since I got called on the carpet for the letter I wrote to the state saying I would ship them out. Well, why are you not doing that? Why was I not doing it? Because it was saving the county money. 7 days in May cost us $7,000 for transports and inmates out of county. The month of May is $20,000. I'm sorry, in the month of June it's gonna cost us at least $20,000 just for housing, not counting the transport. That's what you're gonna spend from here on out. That's what it's gonna be a minimum of. And if the state comes in and do what they want, that price is gonna go up. You guys gotta make that decision, that's on you. But it's not personal decisions that you should be making. This is decisions that you have to make for this county and the people in this county who live here and want this to be a safe county. Nobody wants to pay taxes. I pay a lot of taxes in this county. I own a business. I get it. I understand it. I don't like to pay taxes. But that's part of growing in America. We want a bigger city. We want a better city. But let's not do anything. I don't understand. And all we've done for a year is kick this down. We come to you guys with this, no, go back and look at it and do something different. And so they did. They've been very good about it. I don't care who you use to build this jail. That's not my point. And if you don't want to build a jail, I won't see the jail in my term as sheriff. So this is not about me wanting to build a jail. This isn't about me seeing the jail done. This is the need that needs to be done. I pushed for this to have a study done. The county decided that we should study everything, and it came back as your #1 need in this county. And now it's, nope. And I've also heard that if this don't go, we'll just move on to the next one. I've heard that 3 or 4 times. If you don't want to build it, then don't build it. But it's going to cost you. I don't know how you're going to pay for more staffing for my department, more vehicles for my department, or I'm going to continue to use the outside transports that cost us more money. You're going to pay for them. Because I'm going to hire them and I'm going to buy the vehicles to do it, because I can't put that on my staff to work overtime. I got guys that are working 6 days on, 6 12-hour days and 1 day off right now. It just can't happen this way, guys. You gotta be responsible. I understand these people that live right here don't wanna see it here. I get it, I understand that. But why didn't 6 months ago we say, well, maybe we should have went to a greenfield site? But if we'd have built this 10 years ago, we'd have built it for half what we are now. When they built this building in '84, they had a price set, and then what did they do? They cut, because it was too much money. I don't understand it. I mean, it costs money to do business. So, you guys decide what you gotta do, but this kicking the can down the road is getting really, really old for me. If this ain't what you want, then don't build it. But don't say, well, we should have done this. Yeah, maybe you should have. You should have done it a year ago. You should have done it 2 years ago. But now it's here and we gotta do it, but we don't wanna do it. Nobody here wants to make that decision to say, yeah, we need to do it, let's go forward. I get it, because you're gonna get chastised for it. I get it. I get chastised almost daily from the public because they don't like decisions that I do or my people do. That's the position I'm in. You guys got voted into this position to make these decisions, to make this a better county for the people who live here. That's all I got.
So at $20,000 a year.
I think what Sheriff Wallace said was when the greenfield thing had come up, but if you do a greenfield, just so you know, the new members, greenfield means putting it someplace outside of here, your costs are going to go up quite a bit. The costs are lowest if we just did across the line. But if you do a greenfield site, it's going to be a lot more expensive, because unless you build a justice center, and that's going to maybe triple the cost, because a justice center is having the courthouse right there, the judges' chambers and everything, so there's no transportation. But if you have a greenfield site some other place, it's going to cost you more to put it there. Then you're going to have to transport prisoners back and forth here to the courthouse for the judges' chambers and everything. You're going to have to hire more deputies. You're going to have more, we have problems getting deputies and patrol officers right now. You're going to have more squad cars. I mean, you're raising the cost quite a bit. And if you make it to be a justice center, so you're going to have the courts in the jail, say in a greenfield site, that's going to be more than double or triple, the cost right now. And when we looked at the jail in Whitehall, which is a similar design, the pods, they started, I'm just guessing, about 5 years ago, and they were building a justice center, which meant they had the courts in the jail. They didn't have to, no transportation, anything like that. I believe, and they have one judge there, is that, but the county is growing, so they know that in a couple years, they're gonna be assigned another judge there. So they were planning ahead, so they were building 2 courtrooms right now, even though they don't have the other judge yet. So they're building 2 courtrooms, all the offices for all the police and sheriff and everything there, plus the jail, and it was a pod design like what we're proposing. And I asked, how much was that? This is about 5 years ago, if I remember right. And that was about $45 million. And I said, how much of that was the jail? And they said, 25 million. Well, just in 2 or 3 years, and Kurt can probably confirm or rough things, the costs have more than doubled just for the jail alone. So every time we keep putting off a decision, the costs keep going up. And you say, well, we'll stick with what we got. We'll board them all out. We'll do all that. Your costs are going to go up, and you're going to have those costs going up every single year. If you build a new jail, it's going to be paid off in 20 years. The costs are going to be more flat. But if you don't do anything, your costs are going to go up. Your property taxes are going to go up either way. They're going to keep going up maybe even more if you don't do anything. And I think that's something that, we've got to make a decision for something. I just looked on here. I don't believe the ad hoc committee has met since February, the last one that we had, because it was before the new county board got elected and the new members got on here. So I'm just saying that, kicking the can down the road is not a solution.
So $20,000 a year for 40 years is $9.6 million, not 60 million.
It's not a year.
What's that?
It's $20,000 a month, not a year.
Or $20,000 a month.
I think his math matches up, he just
Times
says
40, times 40 years is 9.6 million.
And that's only out of county housing.
It's just
fund.
But we've been told before that that's kind of cyclical, so it kind of varies a little bit.
Well, but transport doubled the cost of housing.
So what's the cost of transport?
So one, he has the exact invoice right there. One pickup and transport to court and then bring back to Chippewa County was $1,000. That was one inmate for one court date.
No, not that one. Just from Chippewa to here and back to Chippewa was over $400. One inmate. That's not counting the transport to get him there. That was just one of them things where now we gotta go get him, bring him back. And one of the other things that we've stressed about transporting and moving inmates outside of the jail is safety, security for our people. And one of the transports that went to Chippewa County, hauling 2 inmates, was involved in a crash. We had 2 inmates involved in a crash where a vehicle pulled out in front of the transport van and was T-boned. Luckily, everything was minor injuries, no major injuries for our people or for the staff driving the van. But they still had to go to the hospital, correct? So it's just one more of them safety issues when it comes to transport. Anytime you take an inmate outside of the secure jail, you place people at risk. You place my people, you place the community, and the person himself that you took out of that jail. That is probably one of the biggest things that I've stressed is safety and security. And if you can keep them confined into one building without leaving, the safer it is for everybody.
comment, or anybody got anything else to say? Thomas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that, we did have other options besides, building a jail across the street with the catwalk. There were options, which personally I tried to really push through. To build right here on this campus, it would be within the confines of this block. It would not disturb any other business. It was smaller bed counts than we would have across the street, but the price was still pretty much the same.
Yep.
Pretty much the same. But it would be right here. So it would have, it would have been, they'd have to, disrupt some of the existing, departments and possibly, relocate them during the building process. But it would still be right here, so the inmates would be right by the Justice Center, et cetera. And the committee chose to, they picked the option of going, with the catwalk and going across the street. So, that's what we ended up presenting, but I don't know, I'm still, I know there's a huge tax impact with this, but I do agree with the sheriff to the point that, if we don't do this, we're gonna face other, increases, like was pointed out with, housing the inmates out of county, the safety factor of that, the cost, et cetera. It may not be as much as the new jail, but do we really wanna put our officers in harm? Trying to accommodate this and take them off of the duty to protect the people of our county here, which is basically what their job should be, instead of, transporting prisoners. I was talking, with some people about this, and if it would be possible, if we could wait before we went forward with this, wait until the November election and see what happens there. See if we can get, see if we'll have a different administration, one that may be, more in our favor as far as, interest, economy, et cetera. I think that would be a good, if we possibly do that, put this off for just a while, and then see what happens then, and then proceed, and then possibly look at additional options for this. But regardless, I believe it does need to get built, one way or another. It's just, I'm not sure this is the right time right now to do it. That's my feeling. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may, Mr. Chair. The sheriff's right. This county has had a lack of planning going back decades, okay? This isn't nothing new. That's what I'm saying, okay? Washburn County just put a pause on their jail. I know that for a fact because I've talked to county board supervisors from Washburn. I've talked to Kewaunee County. Kewaunee County is taking the approach of building a jail, knowing it's gonna cost them for transport, but they're building the jail right now with the plans on building the Justice and Government Center and everything on one site. That's where I'm getting at. We're not planning for the future with this. We're meeting a need that we know we have. I don't disagree. But we're not planning for 30 years down the road. We're not planning for the future. What we're going to do is stick the next county board with the same crap decisions that previous county boards have now stuck us with. Is that really what we wanna do? And I can tell you, the reason Kewaunee County went the way they went is because their jail came in about $8.5 million more than the proposed number. Okay? They've hired somebody to help them strip down the costs and strip down the jail to make it more reasonable for their county to afford. They're moving forward with it, but they're building just a jail with the plans, knowing they have to build the rest of the justice center there. They're going to build the rest of their government center there in the future. They've got a 30-year plan to make sure all of that is accomplished. We know the next 30 years before the jail is paid for, we have to address the highway shop, we have to address this building. And now, the jail will have just been paid for, and now we're addressing this building. I mean, we need to take the time to plan this properly. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. What I'm saying is proper planning is what needs to happen. We need to plan ahead for the next 30 to 40 years, rather than thinking knee-jerk reaction, do something instantly now. That's all I'm saying.
I will disagree with him in that this plan is planning ahead 30, 40 years. This jail is constructed to meet the needs of the county in the next 30, 40 years. It is not just throwing it out there in the next 10 years. We don't want it to come back and in 5 years saying, well, why did you build a jail so small? Because now we need more room. The plans were for this. It is planning for the future. Again, a lot of it, as the sheriff kind of alluded to, depends on the politics of a number of people. And sometimes you get more in the jail and sometimes you have less. I don't think if you're thinking that crime rate is gonna go down and everybody's gonna be singing Kumbaya and there's no need for it, I think you're being quite naive about that. This jail was designed to take care of our needs for the next 30 to 40 or even 50 years. So I will disagree with you that this is a 10-year fix. This thing was designed to take care of the future things. You may say it's too big based on what we've got right now and everything, but that's, again, the jail population was up and down, up and down, up and down. They used an average going forward and everything. And so I think, and then if we looked at 8 or 9 different options to have it in this block, but you've got to consider all the other costs. If you do that, you'll have to tear down part of the courthouse to get it in here. So you're going to have to move some departments. Where are you going to put them? Where are you going to house them? Where are they going to go? It's going to cause disruption there. If you put the jail in, sooner or later you're going to have to replace parts of this courthouse and everything too. Well, if you have a jail blocking a lot of that, it's going to be more difficult to add on here. And there's really, if the jail is built in any of all the alternatives we looked here, there's no room for expansion. Whereas if it was across the street, there's room for expansion in case that was necessary. So I mean, you've got to think of all the other costs. You're going to just displace departments here. Where are you going to put them? It's going to be a 2 or 3 year thing to build the jail. And you say, well, move them out to the clinic out there by what was the old clinic. That's not necessarily a feasible thing either with that building and remodeling that. You're throwing money, wasting money on doing that too. So I think, again, we've looked at a lot of solutions, and I think I agree that, you may not like it because of the cost, but something needs to be done. If you've gone out there and really looked at what the architects and the construction people have put out there, if you've read through all that, you can't add on to the top of this jail. The walls, you can't do it, the structure won't hold it. You don't want to build a linear jail right next to what's there, because then you're going to have hire, I believe it's 5 full-time more officers or jailers to maintain that and everything. The current proposal is to not add any additional staff to maintain this pod design. So, I mean, again, this is a decision that the board is going to have to make, but I agree, we can't keep kicking it down the road. And it's been kicked down the road, well, for years.
Anybody else? Guys gotta make a decision here soon. This is just a proposal to send it to the board, correct, Ashley? So, even though I could go one way or the other, I just don't feel comfortable with this decision unless. I would assume everybody else is kind of like the same way. This is just to send it to the board.
I don't
Board
think
would have,
we should recommend something that we don't agree with to the board.
do what?
I don't think we should recommend from this committee something that we disagree with to the board, because the board's gonna say, I thought you recommended the test, but you don't agree with it?
Well, that's where I'm at too, I don't
I
know how
what
we
you're
should
saying,
put it.
that's why I'm trying to clarify here, that this is just for the board, but if we don't do anything from this point on, then it would go to the board. Meaning, we don't agree with it.
But you can send it to the board without any recommendation.
Well, the resolution is recommending that.
Yeah.
If we pass that here today, this resolution, it states that we recommend this. Cause we're,
Right.
and that just wouldn't be true in my case. Mr. Zimmer spoke truthfully. We need a jail. Mr. Wallace, I know that. But I think that we're being short-sighted by doing it this way. There's too many other things that have to be done. The highway department. There's been nothing about what are we gonna do with this building or what's gonna be done with the law enforcement center, the jail. If we build new, what's gonna happen with all that space? Is it just gonna be empty and we do nothing with it? None of that has been addressed with this that I've seen. So in that regard, we didn't plan well enough. I can't in good conscience vote for this. So I'm not gonna move it. Even put it to a vote.
So I guess, what are you proposing then?
Proposing we let it die right here and we
And we
start
what?
all over. We start all over. We get a better option. That's it. You've already done a study that there's a need. The county has, correct? That there's a need at the county shop. We need a new jail. If we look at our financing in that presentation that was just done, the highway department needs to be done in the middle of that. We can't let it go to the end of 20 years before that's addressed. And that's not accounted for in that study for financing. So how can we go to the people of this county and say, we need to authorize financing for a highway shop. We need to authorize financing to redo this courthouse.
I believe the highway shop was to be done in, 8 to 9 years after the jail, borrowing for that.
Exactly, but that's not addressed in there. So we've been talking about $1.34 per, $134 or 100,000 between the CIP financing and the jail financing. But if a highway shop comes in there 9-10 years down the road, how much more is that gonna add in on top of that? Nothing goes off in 10 years. So now we're stretching that out more. We may be on the hook for a lot up front, but we should plan for that all going ahead instead of piecemealing it. My opinion.
Well, there was also, we haven't talked about it here much, but there was, from the Wold study, there was some major remodeling that they recommended for the courthouse too, between the boiler system and different things. I don't know how those are doing at this point, but I think there was $4 to $6 million in renovating this building right here alone that hasn't been addressed either. That was the rough figure at the time. I think Mark and Johnson come up with those numbers, so we've been so focused on the $60 million with interest, but we haven't, I mean, there's no plan for this building, like Brian said, there's no plan for the rest of the courthouse here, there's no plan for, and from what I heard from Justin, we're looking at a minimum of 10 years is his recommendation before we touch any other major projects. So that highway that might cost 10 now, probably gonna cost 16 or so, just throwing out numbers, the way things are going up every year. But I get what Terry said about out at where the old clinic's at. I'm not crazy about it being there the first thing you see when you come into town either. But it's land that we've acquired since then. There's a building there that we found out doesn't have really much for use as a clinic from anyone anymore. I mean, does it hurt to look at it? And remodel that into some office space and maybe courtroom, maybe put the jail next to it, I don't know, plant some big tall trees so nobody sees them when they drive through town. I mean,
I thought the purpose was to get that property on the tax rolls, not keep it on county.
That was the purpose of us purchasing that building.
Let's get back in tech. Well,
We discussed, that was the plan.
well, right.
I get that.
But when we started this whole process with the jail, we didn't have that either. We didn't know that. I mean, that's one of those things that came in after the fact. Is it the answer? I'm not saying it's the answer.
So, we had an old building here that we don't think is feasible, so we stuck another old building.
Well, it would be office space in courtroom. I don't know, maybe it's not.
I mean, if
Maybe
you're
after they look at it, they'll say that's the dumbest thing they've heard
if
too.
you're trying to delay the sale of that, I get it, but, I think that we should, just delay the sale of it to delay it and use excuses.
Cause someday you're gonna come to, okay, say you build this across up here, and someday you're gonna wanna do some remodeling here, then what are you gonna do when you have to do something here and you don't have a courtroom? There's no room left to put one on over there, that I'm aware of from what I've seen for drawings so far.
Yeah, I just, to address kind of Jim's point, I think he's 100% correct based on what we're seeing today, is that if you do this jail project, you probably don't wanna do another large project for a period of time, because we wanna see that debt being paid down. We have thought about that. What does that cost? Is it 10 million, is it 16 million? That's a big unknown, looking at it from where it is potentially today versus 8 to 10 years from now. It's just like your valuation growth. Where is that gonna be 8 to 10 years from now? What it does show though is that you will have the capacity to be able to take on a $10 to $16 million project in 8 to 10 years. And have me be able to sleep at night knowing that your financial credit rating won't probably be impacted with that taking place. assuming we implement the plan as is. Now, the resolutions in front of you is really just to say, yes, you know we need to get something done. This essentially says, you'll authorize up to X amount for this jail project. It doesn't mean we're moving forward with the financing in a month. It doesn't mean we're moving forward with it in 2 months. It could be a year before we actually get the financing done. What it's saying is that you are not going to exceed the 38.5, because when we looked at all sorts of different options, we were looking at 60 in the beginning, we were looking at 50, 45. This was like the lowest one, and we were pushing for that because ultimately all the other options were ones that we ultimately came together and said, I don't think you should do this because it's going to put you in a pinch. This was the solution that got you to a point where we all felt comfortable, and ultimately it worked out well because we had to tell the rating agencies about $40 million for this financing, and they were okay with it. Because again, you have done the right things leading up to now. You have been planning for this for many years, and ultimately, once this is done, you will still be in a good financial position to be able to take on that highway project in 8 to 10 years. But again, yes, there will need to be a period of time where you need to wait to do anything big, potentially. Unless you start growing at a crazy rates and, things happen. This is the one big project, and so we have absolutely looked at that, and, I think we all feel comfortable that if you need to do the highway shop in 8 to 10 years, that's a viable solution.
Well, and who knows, the 10 million I threw out is an accurate number.
Hopefully it's less.
Well, honestly, it's probably gonna be more.
It probably will be. And
You hear from other counties and you hear 20 to 35, depending upon the size of the county.
And hopefully this gray bar that I showed you is also much larger in 8 to 10 years. I mean, that's ultimately what I'm hoping by using conservative, hopefully, numbers, then is that year over year, this actually looks better than what I'm showing.
What I've gathered so far from some of the data you gave us is actually the county should have did this 5 years ago.
Absolutely.
We missed the opportunity for lower interest rates, and we missed the opportunity by about 25% less building costs.
Yeah, well,
Give or take, I'm not a building
I've heard
expert,
that
so I'm just throwing a number out.
I've heard that from multiple counties, municipalities, et cetera, that were contemplating big projects like this, that, ended up delaying. And it ended up costing them double, over a 4 or 5 year period. That's just, unfortunately, costs have gone up, and who knows where they're gonna go in the future. But, that is the, a big unknown for you if you delay is, what is it gonna be in 3 years? What is it gonna be in 2 years? What is it gonna be in a year? I think Kurt has done cost estimates based on if we do this now. I mean, if we all of a sudden you wait a year and it's 50 million, that's where I'm gonna come and say, I'm gonna have a little heartburn.
John, you mind if I address the master planning discussion?
Sure.
So, Stacy and, I guess kind of a general consensus is we're not thinking about long range, and Terry alluded to it, absolutely we have. The reality is that what Tom talked about of filling that parking lot on the northeast corner is really what drove the ad hoc committee to say, let's go south. So the strategy of master planning here is let's use the efficiency of connecting to our existing courthouse right now via either butting it up to the building, which the city has said no. The next best option was putting it across the street with a connecting corridor, that skywalk that's there. That's gonna function as your jail connected to your existing court space. When you get to the point where you have to replace this building, because you will have to someday, the plan is you are going to have to purchase property, because right now you're talking about Greensfield space. You're gonna have to buy property. The discussion at the committee was, we're gonna have to buy property, let's invest in something that's the lowest dollar right now for the residents of Rusk County to address our issue. Over the course of time, as those properties become available, like there is one right now, you then start to acquire those properties with the master plan that this courthouse, we've already got a model that we showed the ad hoc committee, can be moved over and there's enough space there that you duplicate what you have here. Jail, sheriff's office, courts, and general government. Right down here, this area here is then raised, this is your parking lot. That's the plan, it's in there. But the only thing we've carved out is phase one of where we're going to be. Because what happens with the community when they see a drawing, they're buying my house, they're purchasing my property for something that's happening there. No, phase one is, we're doing this so that we can get to here. So, I understand the concern that, have we given thought? We have not talked about highway because quite frankly, that's not part of our scope. That's something you do deal with 10 years from now. But the reality is, to answer your question about infilling the space on second floor, if the strategy is we don't need the square footage up there, why would you invest money in something that you do have to move in another direction? And Jim, your question about Wald's report with the costs that are out there that need to be addressed here, that's really something that you can strategize with your CIP money that you are forecasting for right now. Those become capital budgets and you prioritize them in regards to here's what we need to do with this air handler. Here's where we have to fix this pipe. So you're only investing the money that you need to maintain it over the course of that, because you do have it in the forecast of your CIP, without investing a lot of money in something that in the future you're planning to vacate. So there has been a strategy. That's not part of what was presented to the group because we're focused on the jail. But there has been thought, there has been consideration. Those are all things that have already been identified, and that's why the ad hoc recommendation was to get there, because it did give you flexibility for the future. So, just wanted to let you know that, so.
I got one question for you here, if you don't mind.
Good.
So we're gonna attach it to this building with a $3 million skywalk.
Good.
For 20 years.
Mhm.
Then we're gonna demolish the skywalk, move this building over there.
Correct.
What I'm saying is, why tie ourselves to that site? Why not find somewhere that's strategically better located for the future of Rusk County, for getting in, out of all of the supplying for the jail, everything that's gonna need to be done? Why tie ourselves to that site and spend $3 million on a skywalk when we could go somewhere else and plan to do this like Pewaukee County is planning on doing, on a green site where everything gets moved there?
If you build it right now, 20 years, you put a jail over there, you gotta take into the calculation what Terry already talked about, is you will have transport of getting them to court and the exposure.
I understand.
So your $3 million over the course of 20 years, you will spend that money. You're gonna spend, when you talk about throwing money away, you're throwing money away with the transport costs, because you will have to add additional staff to be able to deal with that court component that's tied to that you currently do not have. You'll have to add staff, you'll have to add infrastructure. This right here was getting in it, and it's less secure. This was a more secure with about the same amount of money. I know you're gonna take it down in 20 years, but it is a better solution security-wise, because you're gonna spend the money in transport. Unless you go with the option that Terry says, let's find the green space and let's go put a justice center, because a justice center would be your perfect solution, but you're north of 70 million. He's gonna tell you you're crazy. You're not spending that kind of money.
He's gonna tell me I'm crazy when it comes back at $46.5 million, because he stood here last month and
Sure.
told me he wasn't comfortable with those numbers.
I
So when the bids come back and we're close to $50 million, Justin's gonna come back and tell me I'm not comfortable with that, cause I asked him that question last month.
So let's talk about where you have it right now, okay? We're asking for the approval to move into the design phase. Where you are right now, we are at the end of schematic design. If you authorize us to move forward with the design, we have to go through the balance of schematic design, design development, and CDs, which each one of them we will update budgets in regards to where those elements are, right? At the end of that bidding process, the only thing that you have committed dollars-wise would be the design cost to get to that point. When you get those bids, you are not committed to those dollars, so you can come back and revisit the scope, like you said, Kewanee is, revisit the scope if we are over budget, and then you can start to pull things out if you get that one. Right now, what Justin has talked about, we have done that in today's dollars. If you guys continue to delay this, the cost is gonna go up. It will go up. It's not going to come down if you keep the scope consistent. So whether we feel that you feel you're jamming it down your throat, part of it is, guys, if the longer we wait, the number we're talking about is just gonna continue to climb. It's going to happen. So what you're gonna make a vote on is, you're gonna authorize him to start the paperwork to borrow. You heard him say that. You guys may not borrow until the end of the year. What you're authorizing right now is the balance of the design, to get this design to that element. There's a lot of things that happens in that design to get to the point where you then bid. And then when you bring the bids back in, you have the right to accept or reject them. That's what this is about.
And at that point, we're $500,000 into this project.
Yes.
And it's really difficult for us to say no at that point. Where, at this point, we're not quite in $500,000, we can start looking at things before we get there. That's what I'm saying.
Sir. Thank you for the time, yeah.
Ask for a motion or find the next agenda item.
So, what are you trying to say?
Is anybody making a motion?
We're on number what, 6 or 7?
6.
First one, yeah, 6 for authorization, which we start with the new jail. So is there any motion at all under that to move? I'm assuming that's a no.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Mr. Whiteway. Is there a second? A second? Well, I assume there's no second. I'm assuming that the resolution or motion fails. So do we move to number 7, Ash? Motion resolution authorizing not to exceed the 38.5 million general obligation promissory notes for the jail project.
I think based on number 6, nothing happening there, we go to number 7. I would assume based on, item number 6, it'd be ending with a failed motion. I'm assuming we don't need number 7. My assumption.
That would be my assumption too.
Yes, we're gonna borrow 38.5 million for Clombit.
It would be joyride money.
Did you say you wanted to borrow it for highway equipment? I misunderstood, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
You want to borrow the sheriff's vehicles.
Gotta start something.
Well, number 6, we didn't do anything. We kind of put number 7 on board now. There's not, so, moving on to number 8. Resolution authorizing not to exceed 6 million general obligation promissory note for capital projects.
The resolution to, borrow for other capital projects, the tower project, highway road projects,
highways in there, if we do not, we need to do some more digging on whether or not that one project's gonna get completed in 27 or 28.
It's 27.
That's highway.
And
So there might be the cost, but we can fix that later, that we wouldn't need, we may only need 5.
And so the way we wrote the resolution is to,
Not to exceed.
right, it's not to exceed it, it says highway project and capital improvement plan project. So for instance, if there was a savings on the tower project or a paving project and we need a new boiler, we would be able to do that.
Okay. Okay, as long as that's in the scope of it, makes sense.
So this only authorizes the initial 6. 2 years down the road, we would have to approve for the 3. Okay.
I'll make the motion to authorize not to exceed 6 million general obligation promissory notes for capital projects.
A motion by Mr. Ludwig, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Mr. Hagen, any questions, discussions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign.
No.
Motion carries.
Was any batteries?
It's,
I'll get you some. What did it take? I will.
Number 9, resolution providing for the sale of approximately $29.5 million general obligated promissory notes.
Yeah, no,
No, this one will just need to be amended.
This one, I just grab it out of your packet, so we'll have to change it. Number 9. We need a motion to change the, well, we'll have to change 38 million. Hold on, let's, should we?
Did this too.
Let me just get to this one too. Should I do the whole one? Let's try
So we're gonna have to basically remove any mention of the jail project. So this. So at the top, the 29.5 million will go to 6 million. 38.5 million will go to 6 million. Remove all mention of jail project. And then scrolling down to the therefore be it resolved clauses. Number 1, again, removing the 23.5 million for the jail project. Amending 29.5 to 6. If that makes sense. So if we only pass the 6 million promissory not to exceed, this resolution will only reflect that 6 million.
So what were the corrections again?
Okay, so, at the very top.
Yep.
Yeah, Jamie will fix it and then we'll print new copies, but so at the very top, this is gonna go to 6 million, this number.
Wait, no, we're just gonna leave that out.
No, I'm talking about the title, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
So, yeah, so sale of approximately 6
Right.
million.
Right.
Okay, then line 4 here, it would be a not to exceed of 6 million for public purposes, so I think we should just get rid of. So any mention of the jail project basically is gone. So any number in here should be 6 million and no mention of jail.
So, right, the first I just.
Got rid of the eyes.
And then under number 1, changing it to, I mean, the same thing, under number 1.
Yep.
Change number 4 to.
to exceed 6 million.
Okay. So 6 million.
So this is it.
Well done.
Yes.
Everybody good with the change?
Do you guys wanna just read over it? I don't have to print it.
Make the motion.
By Mr. Myers, your second. Second by Mr. Coggins. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign.
No.
And so now we're on to number 10. Number 10, approval interim highway commissioner retroactive compensation for May 21st, 2024 to June 2nd, 2024. Section H.
Okay, so, we're asking for the interim highway commissioner to have that monthly stipend of $1,500. So this person was the interim highway commissioner from May 21st to June 2nd. So since it is a salary position, we would, since it was a monthly stipend, we would be looking at the number of days and prorating that. So it would be 13 days, and the financial impact without fringe benefits would be $629.03 would be what the financial impact is for paying that person the interim commissioner wage. for those
Make the
13
motion.
Motion by Mr. Myers, second by Mr. Schutz. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Number 11, approve interim highway commissioner retroactive compensation effective June 3rd, 2024.
So then we had,
This will continue on until, employment.
yes, so a little bit
bit different situation though, because now this is an hourly employee, so, an hourly employees who took this role. So following what we've done in the past, we are asking this person to have an hourly rate, so instead of the monthly stipend, because the one before was a salary person taking that position. So for this one, wanting to approve step 1 of the commissioner scale, which would be $38.79 per hour. So her current wage as a highway accountant 3 is $25.62. That's a rate difference of $13.17. With the differences in wages per pay period, it would be around $2,248.72. We would anticipate this to be a little over $10,000 with fringe benefits, if she remains the interim commissioner through 8/8 of 2024. And this would be based on the hours she worked in that last pay period, so she had some overtime hours, so we'd be getting that overtime. So that was based on the last pay period. However, with having the operations manager position vacant and the commissioner position vacant currently, there wouldn't be any additional levy needed to cover the impact, as there's cost savings with the 2 positions vacant, so.
So what'd you say the total amount was?
We're anticipating it'd be a little over $10,000.
Including fringe or plus fringe?
With fringe, that includes fringe.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Undershoot, second by Mr. Meyer to approve the interim highway commissioner retroactive compensation effective June 3rd. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
John, Tom's got a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question. So, what happens when we hire a new commissioner? Does she just go back to the way she was?
Yes. Yep.
Is that in there, stated in that resolution?
She knows she's the interim, so.
Okay.
We don't have it stated in there, I don't know.
I don't know why we need it if we're just while she's in.
He's just wondering if we need it stated in there that she goes back to her normal role if and when we fill the commissioner role. I said, I don't think we need.
But it doesn't have an end date on it, so that it is, being that it's continuing until that time.
Well, that's because her title is, she's been appointed as the interim, so obviously the motion is made to pay her as the interim, so she would no longer be the interim highway commissioner once we appoint a highway commissioner. But I mean, for the board, if you want me to write that in the resolution, we definitely can. For the full board.
Just to make sure, I guess, not that there's gonna be, but.
What?
She'll probably be gone before then
Right.
anyways. So I think it's
She is leaving.
She's leaving.
Oh, no, it's leaving. She got a great job at the state, yeah.
She's gonna be a state highway accountant.
See, that's what I tried to point out, it's not what they need in. We all good with that? Everybody good with that?
What was that? I was flattening my lips. Good with what? Okay.
Same thing we were just talking about. Number 12, approve the Number 12, approval of potential fiscal impact on the change of the comp time policy.
Okay, so, we need to change our policy regarding comp time, so right now, our employees are allowed to accrue comp time off in lieu of overtime, up to a maximum of 40 hours, on the basis of 1.5 hour of comp time for each hour of overtime worked. The sheriff's department's a little different, they can comp up to 48 hours in 1 year. Currently, the comp time not used during the calendar year is carried over from year to year and is not cashed out unless the employee leaves the county. What happens then is the county does extend the last day of employment in order to pay out that accrued comp time currently. So, meaning if we're extending that day to pay out the comp time, we could be extending benefits, insurance into another month, all of that stuff. the main concern that I have with what we're currently doing is with the Fair Labor and Standard Act. So according to the Fair Labor and Standard Act, any comp time must be used within 365 days from when you're earning it. Or it needs to be paid on the next check. So if you haven't used it within 365 days, it needs to be paid out, or it needs to be paid on their next check when they haven't used it. So I recommend that we do what other counties are currently doing and paying out at the end of each year in order to avoid tracking each employee and when they earn their comp time versus when they're paying it out. Are they doing that within the 365 days from earning it? Or we would potentially have to pay penalties from WRS or extend insurance coverage due to extending that last day in order to pay out our comp time. So looking at paying out that policy, or paying out everybody's comp time at year end if they don't have a plan to use it. Jamie, I think you came up with a kind of financial impact.
And it's hard to say because, you know, with this change in policy, I think most departments would encourage their employees to use that comp time. I mean, if they're comping their time, it's because they want to take that time off at some point. So I feel like most of them are going to either use it or the departments are going to encourage their staff to use it so they can stay within their budget. But based on the comp balances as of 12/15/2022 or 2023, the liability would have been about $29,000, just over that. But a big chunk of that is over 11,000 of it is HHS, which a lot of that is because of the social workers. So, you know, and they accrue more comp because of their on-call. They have the choice to count that time or get it paid out. And then just over 8,000 of it is the highway department, and that is actually already carried on their books as a liability, so that expense is booked. So the actual, you know, additional expense, the budget impact would be closer to $20,000, worst case scenario, and based on, you know, what those balances were. So I don't anticipate that it'll be a huge fiscal impact, and my recommendation would be to expect the departments to stay within their budgets and not just say, hey, whatever you guys have to pay out on this will come out of contingency, because I think they still kind of need to be held accountable to their budgets there and keep their staff hours within their budget, but that's up to you guys and the rest of the board.
So then essentially just changed the policy. I don't know if I sent this to you to be in the packet or not, Jamie, but essentially what we're crossing off in the policy would be that we're not gonna carry it over from year to year, and instead will be paid out to the employee on the last paycheck of that calendar year unless arrangements are made to utilize the comp time before the end of the year. Comp time will not be paid out any other time unless the employee leaves employment with the county. And then we wouldn't have to extend any days, because if they leave employment with the county, we've already paid it out. Because currently the reason why we're extending their days right now is because of the WRS guidelines there's some guidelines of when it's earned versus when you report it to WRS. So in order to do that, that's why we have to extend the days so it's used as leave time technically, and then it can be reported to WRS in the year that it's paid out, not earned. So by paying it out every year, we avoid that as well.
I'll make the motion to change the policy to, you have to pay out at the end of the year, instead of carrying it over with the recommendation that, departments handle that within their budget.
You guys aren't actually approving the policy, you're approving the fiscal impact.
No, the policy's already been approved by our person.
And then it'll go to county board.
Is that a motion by Mr. Philander Sheets? Didn't hear.
Then I'll approve the fiscal impact with the recommendation that, and stay within their budget.
No, I'll give him a second. I'll second.
Mr.
I was trying to talk to you, but.
All in
Call that
favor?
a fill on somebody that makes a motion and it fails, it's usually me.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. 13, consideration of pay increase for general employee.
Kind of all of us, not who wants to start.
Okay, well, it started with, you know, last month we had brought a potential pay increase to you guys you guys first because of just the timing, and then it went to personnel. And then it county board, and as you know, at county board, it got sent back to personnel. And so you guys had approved about a fiscal impact of about $153,000 for the rest of this year, and then a little over $300,000 annually thereafter. The personnel committee changed, the proposal, to be more of a longevity step, so, employees that will have been here less than a year by the end of 2024 would get one step. If they would have 1 to 3 years of current continuous employment with Rusk County by the end of 2024, 2, 4 to 6, 3, 7 to 9, 4, and 10 or more, a 5-step. And so the fiscal impact of that is actually just over $200,000.
Plus each step adds 1%, correct?
Yes, oh yep, sorry, and then
Yeah.
this would include adjusting this whole scale up 1% as well. So the fiscal impact would be about $200,000 for the rest of this year, and then $400,000 annually thereafter. Something that should be brought to your guys' attention, that since we had that personnel meeting, we found out that
I can speak to that. So last week after we had the personnel committee meeting, I was made aware by our insurance broker what our potential, very preliminary insurance renewal will be for next year, and it is not good at all. So it makes me a little uncomfortable looking at what that number may be, and now looking at this number.
That's from Security Health.
It's from our broker, yes, from J.A. Counter, but with Security Health. We have also marketed our plan, and the people that have answered, there is one plan that came back actually with a decrease, which would be awesome, but there is some things, some significant things that we have to research before we can even look at that due to prescription drug coverages and locations of where our employees could be seen. So providers. So our current renewal Security Health plan came back high, as well as a couple other.
How big of an increase are we talking?
Percentage.
Double digits. Double digits.
And something.
This is a very
You're
preliminary
talking six
number.
figures?
I just
We
really.
are talking a six-figure impact potentially to payroll costs.
I just really don't wanna say too much right now, cause it is very preliminary, but I felt we had to also say something because of this, which I do think we still need to do something, and it's really unfortunate timing, but I couldn't ethically not say something about this renewal, knowing.
That makes me kinda nervous just even thinking about it now. I should've called it.
The good thing is it's June and it's not November. And we're getting this fixed. There's still time.
The way this resolution is worded here, with their completion date being the end of this year, and this increase is going to go in place now. If someone chooses to leave between now and
In the next 11 days.
then, no, for the end of the year.
Well, they would still get that increased pay rate, but, okay, so the reason I did it based on, you know, what years of service, because that's how we implemented the wage study.
Okay.
So if you wanna change that, that's fine,
Well, I don't know if it really matters, I mean, I'm just throwing it out there.
yeah, it would be kind of a nightmare if we did all of each employee's increase on their anniversary date, so it's easier to.
I would either do July 1st or December 31st, is what I'm thinking, but
For continuity's sake though, you're gonna want it on December 31st, cause going forward, you would do it that way.
That's why I said that, I knew you were prepared.
I'm gonna get you on this.
Feel like a loner over there, Phil?
I like what he's done with this. I think this is a good resolution.
Stacy can elaborate if he wants. We actually had a few different options that we hemmed and hawed on, and this one won the discussion. It was unanimous by the committee, correct?
I don't know if it was unanimous by the committee, but it passed.
Did anybody vote no?
No, nobody voted no, but I think we did have one abstain.
What?
Right. Somebody, one person didn't vote one way or the other.
Or was there one?
So, I mean, we came to this, and it wasn't, it took us a while to come through with this proposal. I know Ashley, had she known then what she knows now, probably wouldn't have recommended we go this route. I'm, you know, and I would agree with you on that. With what you just revealed to us, we probably wouldn't have went maybe this far, but on the other side of it, the reason we went with this is, first of all, I'm not a fan of mid-year wage increases, period. But I recognize we have to do something, cause the previous board really didn't take a very big step in any direction. Currently, as we sit, we have a lot of our employees congested on steps 1 and 2. This helps alleviate some of that congestion. It also moves employees who've been here for 10 years up significantly, which there are a few who are farther down on the scale. That wasn't necessarily the idea, but it was to help alleviate the congestion, to give a raise right now to our employees to say, hey, we understand you're doing a good job, but it's also, this is a one-time, the way that we did the steps here is a one-time deal. The county board will have to address moving forward a cost of living increase with a one step would be the recommendation that I would make every year moving forward to keep this going, okay? I don't want to come back next year and go, hey, we're gonna do this again for employees and we're gonna take these steps. This is a one-time deal to help alleviate the congestion at the lower steps of our wage scale, which will help Ashley when she's trying to hire new employees, because she has that ability to go from steps 1 to 5. If all of the employees are on steps 1 and 2, or 2 and 3, she really can't start them anywhere else, because if you bring somebody in and you start them above somebody who's been here 3, 4, 5 years, that you're gonna cause a lot of problems. So that's kind of where we went with this, why we came to this conclusion. Jim, you can correct me if I'm wrong or if I've left anything out on that, but I think that was kind of the consensus.
Yeah, the only thing I was gonna point out is I believe the one step, and that was put in place for the 1%, sorry. The 1% COLA, if that's what you wanna call it, was put in place before the steps were put in place. COLA was give or take in the 40,000 range, correct? I mean, cause we did it one way and then we went back and did it this way, and it was give or take 35 to 45 if I remember right, just to do a 1%. Now, as wages get higher, that's, every year that's gonna be a little bit more. But, so even if we do a 1% this year, I would say we're in the 50 range at the most, probably, winging it.
So if we do this now with the new information, you feel we'll be in good financial shape when it comes to the budgets? I would come back and start the budgeting process for it, but, now we gotta borrow $400,000 or something.
Well, you can't
do indirectly, because we'll borrow for something we can borrow for to pay the operating cost.
It makes me nervous with that, with the increase of the health insurance. You know, we did not really anticipate that when we really kind of thought we were gonna look pretty good with that, and be able to improve our benefits, so we're.
Take the 1% out, do you think it's feasible, or is that not enough to?
What's that looking right now?
Try to put us in the 150 something range with 1% off, but those were rough numbers when we did it that day anyhow, so.
So what are you estimating the preliminary insurance increase, 100,000?
At this point.
It's hard to say, and I don't.
Over $250,000. But again, this is preliminary. We had an ethical responsibility to bring this increase to you. That is a preliminary estimate. It is not an official bid from security.
That is before we worked on anything. I've just got confirmation of a meeting scheduled on July 8th to work through some things. So that's why I just hesitate to share it out loud, because that's a big deal to a lot of people, and I don't wanna start that throughout the courthouse.
Well, it's better than a surprise. We don't like surprises, cause it happens too much for all of a sudden, it's like, oh, well, this was covered.
But that's why I wanna tell you, but I hate to give you the number right now, because
But
it's
at least
yes.
it gives us an idea.
It is over 250,000, the impact to the county.
Of course, we probably bid that, we normally bid that out like an RFP type of thing.
It's bid right now.
And we're
Oh, it
bidding
is
it out right now.
Okay.
Yes.
We did this
And
last
all of the bids are coming back very high except for one, and the one is the one I'm having a meeting with on July 8th.
They're not like sealed bids.
No. The main reason why we don't know that we could even go with them, cause their bid does look really good, but, we might have some significant employee disruption to network and provider, meaning, do we have Marshall covered, do we have Mayo covered, do we have Oakleaf, and we need to look at that, we're in a rural part. And then, their prescription drug coverage in the past for this company that has bid us lower has in the past been terrible. We have a lot of people, I mean, you're talking diabetic, all prescription drugs, all durable medical equipment, all of that, so we need to really carefully look at that, otherwise we'll be hurting them more. What?
The benefits may go down enough that it would have the opposite effect of
Yeah.
wage adjustment.
The 1% was 137,000.
On the other hand, talking about some of these numbers we just rough thrown out there, some of that, if it's gonna cost more, are we gonna be looking at higher percentage of premiums to the employees also?
I'm just talking about our share though, not, but yes.
But there's a very good possibility.
But that's it. You could on the other hand say, this is why we need to do this even more, because if this does happen, our employees are gonna be passed on with a much higher percentage of premiums on their checks, but you're also left with what the county has.
Well, that's where I'm going with it.
Originally, I thought this was gonna be easy.
That's why I tried letting Council go first. I know, it's
way to push it.
So what would you recommend?
Think about the airport budget. I'm sorry. That's a joke.
A lot of that money is gonna be away. You just wait.
Well, the Bill's money, you can take 1% back out, but
It'd be 37 for year, 74 for half year, 74 for a whole year.
could possibly be a third or a quarter of our anticipating again for what we just discussed briefly.
That means we're probably just gonna have to adjust the scale of all that more in January to, if we did do a cost of living, you know, adjusting the scale to cost of living.
Or if we don't take care of the additional steps, maybe the purpose there. So if we do focus more on the percentage.
still some congestion with it, we've got a lot of people off the bottom by doing this. So,
what I can't stress enough is it's so important that we do both every year, whether it's a small percentage of a COLA and stepping, because if we would have been doing, and I'm not blaming anybody, but if we would have been doing all this from the beginning, the problem never would have happened. If we keep stepping our employees, those employees that have been here a long amount of time would be higher on our wage scale, and those employees that haven't been here long would be lower on our wage scale, so we would have never had this problem of congestion if we would have continued to step our employees. And then the reason why you keep doing your cost of living every year, the cost of living, it's kind of contradicted, but the cost of living is truly actually for recruitment and not so much for retention. They say stepping is for retention, to step your employees, and your cost of living, moving your scale is actually for recruitment, that way you're moving that, even though obviously doing the cost of living is also helping your current employees deal with the cost of living. But that's really to help with that, recruitment, because you can move those starting wages up, so when we're posting jobs, we're moving that. So I guess what my fear is, we go past this and we come January 1st and nope, we can't do anything, and we're gonna be back in the same problems that we're in. We really, like Stacey had mentioned, we really need to look going forward doing, say, and I'm not saying we pass a motion to do this for the next 10 years, but what we really need to be looking at every year with budgets is you step every employee every year, you do like say a 1-step increase, whether we keep our steps at that 1.25% apart or we move them. I know there was talk about down the road, can we move those steps so they're further apart for like a 2.5% increase? But you do like a 1 step and then you fluctuate your cost of living. So maybe one year you can afford to do a 3% cost of living, so your employees still get that, but then your ones that have been here longer are still stepping, but then we're able to help with our recruitment by moving that cost of living. I don't disagree though that we need to do something like this, because unfortunately our employees that have been here for so long are still at the bottom of the scale. But I think it needs to be made very clear that doing something like this is a one-time thing to step your employees at different amounts based on their years of service, because that's just to get them spread out and technically almost caught up to where they should have been. And I realized when you guys implemented Carlson-Detman, we couldn't do that all from the beginning because that was a huge financial impact. So we couldn't, when we implemented it, that's why we didn't take these people, and that's probably what should have been done, is the really hard task of looking at every employee and saying, where should we place them? Not just like, looking at the amount of increase that they got, but really where should they be on the scale with their years of service. So I think that's kind of what this is aiming at, is kind of trying to fix that, and then going forward, what the recommendation definitely would be is to, like I said, step employees every year and then do that cost of living increase. And that's where your percentage can vary based on what we're seeing out there, what other counties are doing, what is that, the CPI? Which you'll never do the true CPI index, but people base it off of that, where are we at with that number. Does that answer your question, Phil? My recommendation?
Are you recommending as is with the 1% in there?
Ideally, yes, and I would have been for that under the notion that this is a one-time thing, but now hearing our financial numbers, or our health insurance numbers, it makes me a little nervous.
makes it tough when you don't know the info.
If we delay it though, then too, we could, look at more than we're.
If we delay it though,
Have people that are, keep putting the period out there and nothing happens either.
that will not do anything for employee morale. There's very a lot of talk that it got brought back to personnel and not happy with that, and so I hope we don't not do anything, but
Well, you're not gonna lose everybody. Makes me a little nervous now too, knowing what we know.
Well, did you say if you took out the 1%, you would still do the step thing, but the 1%, you're dropping from 200,000 down to 37,000? Is that what you said?
No,
Down
37.
by 37.
Oh, it's down by 37.
163.
It's probably better to take the 1% of something. And,
Right, cause I was just thinking, I'm like, okay, we go back and redo all the stuff, I don't wanna do that. I don't wanna do that, then it's gotta go back to person, or, I don't know if I'd have to go back or not, but that turned into a headache.
I'll make the motion to, take 1% out and, approve it without 1%.
I'll second that.
Motion by Mr. Undershoot, second by Mr. Meyer to approve, take out the 1%, correct?
Yes, take 1%
All in
increase.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Curiosity, a step what percent?
No, I hear you. But something better than.
Huh? I was going like that. It's done, it's over with, but I don't believe 37,000 is worth employee morale, in my opinion. I think it's worth it. I happen to know somebody who's been here for 35 years, and I'm told this is the lowest employee morale that she's ever seen.
Are you kinda happier, Ashley?
What?
Are you kinda happier?
I'm gonna say nothing was gonna make me happy because I don't wanna see anything taken away from it.
Yeah, or delay it.
Number 14, moving on here. Approval of battling mower purchase out of equipment fund. Gene?
What?
Are you?
What are we doing?
14?
Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah. So, at property, last week, they had approved, the purchase of this batwing mower, provided the finance committee approves financing for it, because maintenance does not have it in their budget, and the finance committee oversees the equipment fund budget, so that's where we're at.
This is based on Jerry knows this equipment stuff, it would cut down on the maintenance, considerably cut your ass, because, you know, they know so much. So, based on Jerry's experience, what he told us, it's a good thing.
You're gonna show.
Pull behind a tractor.
You can only have people drive it with the name Robin.
That's right.
He's not gonna laugh at that one at all.
It'll cut their time in half as far as.
Here you go, Phil. Something like this, right, Kurt, you know, right, Jim?
Yeah, it's a trailer with a pull behind, like a 3-point loader. It probably folds up, or that's why they call it a batwing, cause it.
Yeah, I see it, I get it.
Not like that.
Not like that.
Not like that.
No, I clicked on the wrong one.
You got.
Yeah, like that one
Like
on the
orange
one on the
one.
far,
Right over.
right up at the top, something like that, yep. That made it.
Maintenance.
You see them use it on the interstates a lot, you know.
Oh,
They're
right.
huge.
Like going to the airport or the clinic or something like that, where you're taking a whole bunch of ground, you just.
Cover a lot of ground.
What are they using right now?
I don't even know.
Are they just using regular lawnmowers?
I think they just have them big zero turns and huge like industrial zero turns, yeah.
Well, there is an old tractor out at the highway that's gonna go up for sale with big motors on that. Well, they used it one day, I thought maybe they like it.
In labor, we're gonna make up for it. At least we're gonna cut our own time in half there, is what I was thinking. Are you surprised, Ashley? Are you surprised?
Well, I don't know what you guys are thinking, but I'll make a motion to approve the batwing purchase. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Woodway.
Out of the equipment fund?
Yes. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
What are we pulling this thing with? Pickup? Got a gas motor on it? What?
We're gonna give him that little speed tractor out there.
Ain't gonna do it. What, we? Ain't gonna work.
It'll work, just get a shaft that'll upsize to 1100.
Alright. You go with that,
Whatever it calls for, it'll work. We got a new pickup we bought them, they can just pull it with that.
Well, let's say it has a gas motor on it, so I'm assuming it's PTO. Just wonder what we're gonna mow with, is the tractor coming next month or what? Okay.
No, seriously.
Do you? Oh, okay. I didn't know they had one. Hold on, okay. I just was asking what we're gonna pull it with, to make sure that.
Whatever, that's plenty of horsepower to pull that, that's all it was. Okay, well, that's another quick.
Well, there wasn't one short stuff.
Finish.
But when it's
Not a rush.
stuff like
Oh, yeah,
this.
then that's a little bit different.
Yeah.
Alright, number 15, comprehensive plan, Ashley and Fitzel. Jamie, Ashley and Fitzel.
Hey, John, can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Do you wanna kinda kick it off on what a comprehensive plan is and the last time Rusk County did theirs?
Sure. Actually, I'm a little afraid after listening to some of the snippets, of your meeting. Don't know if I should bring it up. I hate to add to the conundrum of, kicking a can down the road, but that's kind of what we've done with the comprehensive plan. And it's actually a state mandate, for comprehensive planning. For those of you that don't know exactly what it is basically a roadmap for the future of the county, how the county wants to progress forward, looking at all of the aspects of the census data, the demographics, what is the county's GDP, what do we wanna push as our product? Do we want tourism, do we want forestry, what is it? There's basically 9 components that we have to adhere to for the plan. Issues and opportunities, housing, transportation, utilities and community facilities, agricultural, natural, and cultural resources, economic development, intergovernmental cooperation, land use, and implementation. Now, the last time this plan was actually updated was in November of 2009, when Andy had done it, and my understanding at that point it was accepted. The state DOA, Department of Administration, says that it needs to be updated no longer than 10 years at a time. We are behind the times, we are non-compliant. And at this point, when this kind of came to light, I have to submit a land records modernization plan every 3 years for my program, which is, dependent upon like all of our grants, any participation from the state, federal government, and there has been kind of some scuttlebutt with the organization that the DOA is gonna start looking at these plans a little closely because they've heard rumors that counties are not compliant. They could stop our funding, and my department alone brings in anywhere from $120,000 to $150,000 a year in grants. Typically, these types of plans are done by the regional planning commissions. It's kind of their bread and butter. I do know that, when Randy had kind of taken this over a few years back when he brought it to his attention, he had reached out to the RPC, Northwest Regional Planning Commission, and had spoken to an individual there. And my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ashley, that it was actually brought to Finance Committee with the previous committee, and it, got turned down. I should
behind that, but it's something that we really need to take care of, and I think that, again, listening to some of the portions of this meeting, this is a document that, again, is a roadmap for the future, how we wanna move forward. I think that it would have solved a lot of the issues that you guys are dealing with today. We would have had a better idea of where we wanted to proceed as a county. And unfortunately, we're in the position we are now because we did not have a plan. I heard several of the board members say, you know, we needed to have a plan. This is done, you know, piecemeal. This would have solved that issue. So I guess I would like to see this move forward. Ashley and I have spoken with Northwest Regional Planning just to get a feel for, you know, what we're looking at, approximate costs, so forth, time frame as to what it would take to get this done. Would you like to expand on that, Ashley? You've had some more conversations with him.
Sure. So Sheldon Johnson is who John and I met with. He's from the Northwest Regional Planning Commission. They recently worked with, I believe, was it Bayfield County, John?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
to do a new comprehensive plan. The Planning Commission will do it all for us. We just have to decide how much we want to invest in it. So the correct way to do a comprehensive plan is that you hold public sessions. You talk to your constituents, you see where their vision is for the county, take that input and then put it into the plan. If we go full on with that, having public listening sessions, it could be anywhere from maybe $60,000 to $80,000, okay? If you guys don't want to invest that kind of money into this comprehensive plan, you want to tone it down and just simply update like the demographic information, it would be significantly less cost. I don't want to speak for you, John, but my opinion is because we haven't touched this since 2009, and from what I'm hearing today, we have a lot of messes on your guys' plates because this county doesn't plan. My suggestion would be that we go full throttle on this. And I will say that in working with Sheldon, there are community block grant dollars available for this, up to $50,000. Right now, Rusk County has a low to moderate income rate of like 53, 54%. The cutoff for us receiving funding is 51%. As Justin had mentioned, numbers will come out from the Department of Revenue and Department of Administration in August. So he's recommending we wait until August. I don't foresee our county dropping below the 51% mark. But if we wanted to pursue a grant, there is an opportunity, at least as of now. So that would limit that cost.
Otherwise, what's the cost right now that they're projecting that this project would be?
60 to 80.
Well, 60 to 80.
If you go full, if you have community listening sessions, the Northwest Planning Commission comes down here, they meet with the public.
See, Randy had the, nothing against Randy Feinstein. I got the feeling that he didn't mean wrong. I'm not saying he's right or wrong. The hearing and stuff, he just wanted to do the house.
Yes.
What's your guys' thoughts after you talked to?
My thoughts is that's a bad idea, and that's
Okay.
part of the reason that we are in the mess that we are in now. There has historically not been foresight in this county, and just plugging new DOR numbers into this plan and being like, okay, we're good, putting it on a shelf, that doesn't fix anything. We're just simply crossing a box. State statute says we have to have it, here we go.
Could we start this now and then funding becomes available in August and we qualify for it and we can take that and reimburse ourselves?
That I don't know. I would have to look into that.
I understand it takes approximately a year for a full-blown program to get laid out. So, the possibility of starting now is an option, I guess. But, you know, listening to, again, much of this conversation today, and I'm doing this solely from my personal, you know, what I've seen, and I've been in the county now for 23 years. It's been a wonderful place to work. But you're absolutely right, morale has went way down compared to what it used to be. And everything that I am county, but I shouldn't say everything, but a lot of what I see the county do is they react, they don't plan. And we get into these situations where, yeah, I know everybody hates to spend this money, but we eventually make ourselves into a corner where we absolutely have to. Otherwise, we get in trouble from the state, the feds, all of these things come into play. And again, this is just my opinion, so hopefully I'm not telling you.
So Jamie, could we start this process now, being it's gonna take close to a year to finish? I mean, do we know if there's some money that has to be up front here, or can we put this into the 25 budget going forward?
Well, we really should be accruing the costs or the expenses as we incur them, so even if we don't get billed till 2025, if there's work done in 2024, it should get charged to the 2024 budget. Did you suggest something?
Would that mess up our grant? If we could get one in August?
Usually, and I should say usually, there are some grants that don't allow supplanting, so if we have another funding source that's been approved, and then, you're trying to get a grant to basically pay yourselves back, they're like,
So
well, hold
August
on.
is when you can apply for it? Or August would be when you find out if you get it?
So, her recommendation, is that that new LMI number will come out in August. So likely if we were to apply for the grant in July, DOA would probably be like, we're gonna hold off until August to see if we would still qualify.
And how long do these grants normally take to, after you apply for them?
I've never applied for a CDBG grant, so I don't know.
Cause if it's like, if we gotta wait a month to do some legwork to see if we can, apply for this, it doesn't affect, if we start something, and find out if it's gonna affect the grant, I don't think there's no harm done, as long as we know that, say next month, if we know that we can, still apply for the grant, and it's not gonna affect us if we start work on it. I don't think there'd be any problem waiting a month, as long as we're planning on moving forward with it.
But some grants, you cannot incur pre-grant award costs.
That's
Can't
what
be
I'm saying.
reimbursed for
That's what
that.
I'm saying, if we wait off a month to do a little more legwork on.
Might be September though, before we can act on it, if Justin's gotta get some data in August, it might honestly be September before we can act on it here.
So the last sentence of her email does say, HUD has allowed applicants of non-competitive programs, which this grant would be, to qualify based on old data or new data if the application is submitted to the state by the effective date of the new LMI data being released. It sounds like it's very case by case basis, is the impression I got. So if we were to apply in July, they might use the 53.92% and we would be good. But if we were to apply in July, maybe they would say, ooh, we think Rusk County is on that edge, we're gonna wait. I don't know what the DOA is gonna do with the application, so I can't make any kind of promises.
Let's apply for that grant and see what happens.
So you're saying just let it run and apply for the grant, swing the bat, and see what happens?
See if the grant if the grant doesn't happen, then we find a different, and the grant's not gonna cover the whole thing if it costs us $80,000 anyways, potentially, but, then we figure out the next funding source.
You need to approve moving forward with even doing it before I submit a grant. Well,
Is that what you're saying?
yeah, I guess,
I'll make a motion to apply for the grant and start the comprehensive plan process.
cause I don't know what grant to apply for if you guys don't, are we going 80,000 or are we going 20,000 road?
We should do it the road way.
Right, I have no clue what you guys want though.
Do it.
What's your motion, Jim? You're on the floor now.
You want me to put a dollar amount, what's it? Do the
No, I
complete,
think-
you want me to say, do the complete process?
There, that would, yes, and then I can get an estimate from Sheldon.
Apply for the grant and proceed with the complete comprehensive plan process.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor with Jim. Is there a
a second?
Second.
Oh, that was a tie. Who's gonna draw for me? Get your quarter off. Second by Brian.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign, motion carried.
When does Sheldon need to know, or how much lead time does he need?
I will email him tomorrow, and I'm sure he'll get some kind of a cost, proposal to us.
Damn chair.
Is anybody expected to take a break here?
Good, yeah, your break would be good.
Well, I could do a break right now. How many minutes, Phil? How long can we have a break?
10 minutes.
Huh?
10 minutes.
15.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Ashley, thank you guys.
Yep.
Thanks, John.
Yep.
Lord, you still have in there. Give it flies. Never done.
I'm trying to get. I was gonna put it, wasn't really about going to
Somebody wants to put it back in.
What I'm told, but John said it's all that.
But it sounds like it's more than just money, though. What do you get from it? It's just that we don't have plans, we don't have this, we don't have that.
That's fine, I can take it.
A lot of factors.
There's a lot of that. The first one, I'm here, if I have, the first one.
I don't blame you.
Oh, you're good. I'm glad it's on enough. But it does, but the nice thing about it is someone can.
That happened at the school board several times, also the next one coming in.
And like I.
Or you just tell security to sharpen their guns.
And
Yeah,
you
and
have a
that's
good
something
point.
that's very
37.
preliminary.
It's good, but it's 37. I know. But the 37, when I look at it, turns into 74 for the whole year next year, so I'm like,
I'll understand, it's just like.
I get your point, it's a good point. I look at this agenda and I wanna keep moving. She's logged in.
Right,
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. It's just gonna be put on social media, and of course it will.
I didn't even consider that. When you brought up what 1%, I didn't understand, I was thinking instead of 1%, I knew we just have one. But I was thinking that at 1%.
It was before the steps were put in.
Yeah, now I get that.
So we wanted that put in when we did it originally, and then we said, okay, then we're gonna give it the steps.
Yep.
So there's the big one. That was our mindset.
I'm learning, I like learning. I was,
Obviously, the general thing is I had 3 days of training, so.
Oh, okay.
Like, you're hearing about it.
Yeah, I had a verification pay to do today.
I couldn't get out of it, it was mandatory.
I had to take a call though this morning.
Mine was mandatory. I said, at least get out of here today, so I think
Yeah.
and then you gotta, actually, it was about a quarter hour. When I pulled in here, I think it was 3:01.
That's good, that's cool.
Hi.
Yeah, I know.
Are you the camera person though?
Oh yeah, I'm working really hard at it.
Yeah, really.
should be doing that.
We gotta keep it on.
Do everything to do.
Hey Phil, aren't you on property? You're not?
Sorry. But I got off property because I had a brother on the board that puts on everything to property. Remember that?
I forgot. He loves all the stuff got him on radio station. And then Derek come back again.
No, I put it for, it wasn't on mine. I think it was 3 or something, and there was people 2s or something.
Just take them both from him.
My God, I shouldn't, but I am.
Thanks, Jamie.
Yeah, do that.
Yes, thank you, Jimmy.
This is the reason I stay on finance.
Jamie, thanks a lot.
Yeah,
You wanna
you're
get
on
rid of,
property.
if you wanna get rid of me, stop.
Okay, so that's when you get, okay, so that's good.
Should go into the catering business.
I'm sorry, what?
Should go into the catering business.
Yeah. Oh, good, I'm glad you like it. It's actually very neat.
Really?
Yeah.
You never know.
Missing something else.
I would never know.
If I make anything with ground beef and there's a bunch of other stuff in it, just assume that it's not actually beef. It's bear.
It's bear.
Did your,
No, actually, one of our friends did. He's like, I'm gonna drop out of like 40 pounds of ground meat at your house, cause it's just him and his wife, so you have kids to feed and we will never go through all of this. It was like a 400-pound bear.
shot a bear head up.
I'll just run both of them, the one you did, the one I did.
You have to put some stuff too, but.
I'm not doing the other one.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stay.
Okay.
Well, I have to finish up on the resolution. If that sounds good then. Who wasn't? Yeah, I don't know, but thank you. I'll try. I'll work on one for that.
Was Kurt supposed to be on the agenda?
Conception?
No, it was just gonna be those resolutions.
Hey Terry, can you do daily dispatcher interviews on the 3rd of July at 9 AM?
Oh. Okay, yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah.
What are you not taking any very after the crew?
Yes, and I think that we should explain that we would like to swap them. That is wrong. Because ultimately, Jamie, you know what, you just gotta go with the word.
That's not the first one.
Oh, so that's Christmas.
There was 2 this week. One another time. question will come up, I don't remember where it went, but it only went to finance.
You said? Just one. And then, right after that.
Actually, I mean, we're having that to the spare.
That's the one that I have a question.
I just can't.
She did that once before.
Outlander?
One month on that.
I'm sure that's where they fill in the change.
You shouldn't have told her, cause you can't taste the difference, Ashley. You cannot taste the difference.
That was funny, so.
With all the stuff that are. You know, it's like sloppy
I want the
Joe.
recipe for that salad.
It's I'll give you the rest.
Yeah, that's not really, it's wonderful. I think that same thing for, like you got blasted or whatever.
Like, leave me anything
Yeah,
else?
exactly.
I wish you would try.
That's the question.
Go forward.
Sure.
Just,
I get it. Totally happy.
Did she go get buns?
And,
Because you might have, it might be set the pace, but you might have liked it.
well, I got one bottle.
Cause
I think
it,
just went back to the.
there is a sight line in the center.
Thank you.
I had these grumbles in, South America when I was in the jungle. And the, like, the fact that. I ate them?
I had these worms.
Like, the fact that I knew what it was, like, the texture, really, like, you can just feel the guts squishing around and stuff like that. But if I would've just been eating something else and getting it, not knowing. I was like.
Yeah, I know, well, I don't need it with fun anyway.
After he had
Yeah, I
one.
don't, I just use chips.
Put it on your plate.
Breezely.
Yeah, I just use chips and fork.
I buy them again, so.
Were they fresh or were they pickled?
They cooked them over the fire in front of me, down at the market.
So you ate their eyes and everything.
The whole.
You're welcome.
Somebody was over here and shuffled my papers.
Yeah, I had it,
Who'd you shuffle?
I put that on there. That was the one that tried, and then the one that you changed it from 38 and a half.
So that's one we got signed.
Yep, I already have the other one out, so.
Bill, are you okay if the county hires someone with the name Robin to run the Badway Mower?
I think we should put that in
Minutes. We just need to start calling Rob Robin.
preferred qualifications.
We just need to legally change Rob.
Wonder we shouldn't put the in the thing and see if anybody caught it.
Oh, he was mentioned.
Ask Connie about,
No, no,
ask her about my cash,
no,
sometime, other time.
other time.
Other time. You will laugh.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
after this, I get another 10 minutes to our catnip.
Yesterday.
Really?
Oh, no. I can set a date for.
Yeah, I think we could probably, like, work from home, Jonathan's.
I didn't hear you.
I said,
That'd be cute.
you can shut it down if someone was working from home.
Yeah, but heck, let's throw that in the resolution.
Why you gotta keep throwing gasoline on fire?
Then go boom.
Yeah.
You're not,
I've been purposely not thinking about that.
Well, I'm trying to help. Right, ladies. I was on Facebook, right, ladies?
You want to go upstairs.
We'll get all these resolutions done for you.
I think so,
For
yeah.
Tuesday.
Right, because I was excited that when I did on that. Bringing us split.
Okay.
All in a moment.
I was after.
I think he was large. Fabulous with it.
Remember here.
Where did I get it?
You didn't.
I did it.
What it is originally from River Falls.
I'm like, this isn't
It was
fair.
over Rice Lake.
That name, I think I've heard that name before, but I didn't know it.
Is that French?
We were at mandatory training last 3 days ago.
It was only the last board meeting back when I was at mandatory training.
Boy, I've seen it.
Charlotte.
Always sound like I was president. In July, I got to go St. Louis.
Really?
We actually fly. Gotta get on a flight. I feel like I leave home at 3.
I'm getting as bad as you.
What did it, but coming back.
A pile.
You wanna see my dining room table?
I bet.
Oh, no, and no. No, we're missing one, alright.
Do we have more on hold though? Maybe some got taken off.
I'll check, tonight. I'll be able to just in a couple hours, I'll be able to. Did you check the ones people Xed off though too? Somebody could have something that wasn't actually
cents back.
I had a really boring week stuck in me the week, so I finally got let loose today.
So have
My expenses.
then you're not counting for double day.
That was good. And my bars,
Which ones?
the ones with the chocolate on them.
Those are actually.
Oh, very good.
They got a little bit of crown apple.
That would explain why they're all gone.
My Jim's on a good field there. Even on your plate.
As soon as Brian gets back, we're gonna hit.
Already
Waiting.
Yeah, I know you are, thank you for being there.
There's a garbage right here, and I think that one over there is pretty full from earlier.
After that, I don't know how you expect it.
Then you eat too much. If you eat so much more. Yeah, we did pretty good.
Alright, we're back in session. Next one on the list is, finance assist to SEP, Terry Lager.
Thank you.
Okay. SEP is the Concentrated Employment Program. I'm the representative from the county board on it. They're up in Ashland. They have run into cash flow problems for the first time. To make the long story short, they get WIOLA funds, which are federal funds, that go to CLEO. I'm also on the CLEO board. The CLEO board gives it to SEP, and then SEP is the fiscal agent and the service provider, and then WIB also gets paid from SEP. We won't go into a lot of detail unless you want to, but SEP is experiencing a cash flow right now. This letter was sent to me, well, you can see the date, and Northwest SEP is the designated job center for the 10 counties that we are in. And there's a lot of, well, they know about Gerald Wynn, in fact, we'll get into that in a few seconds. Also, I believe the Superior School District is laying off 45 teachers. There are a lot of things, Northland College was gonna close, but I think they are now going to continue, but maybe at a reduced, university, setting. So there's a lot of things going on, and we're in the Northwest SEP, which serves Ashland, Bayfield, Burnett, Douglas, Iron, Rice, Rusk, Sawyer, Taylor, and Washburn counties. So what they're asking for is each of the 10 counties to give $5,000 as a loan, and it will be repaid back by December of 2025, a no-interest loan. It's trying to help them through the funding cycle because WIOLA's funding starts July 1, and they have expenses already that they need to continue with the programs that they have, and it'll be used for, well, operations and client services. So that's the first page right there. If you look at the second page, this is the letter, an email that I got, last night, because we had a SEP and a CLEO meeting in Ashland yesterday. I was up there all day. So you may say, have you never heard of SEP? They don't do anything down here. Well, they are down here. If you start reading down office coverage, they rent 2 office spaces for Indian Head here in Ladysmith. Dale Hebert is vocational rehab, and the other is Rebecca Gordon, who does WIOLA services and health. Navigator is like Obamacare. it helps people get on insurance. She's down there 2 days a week. With Jeld-Wen, they've directed some of the staff from Park Falls also to help with this. They had what they call rapid response. They went out there. Well, you can see the dates there. Employees weren't too concerned. I mean, only 3 showed up the first meeting and nobody showed up the second meeting, so they canceled it. They've talked to them, they canceled one meeting. Again, they're making this available to the employees. If they don't show up, there's nothing they can do. So rapid response, you can see partners, that includes SEP, the WIB is related to them, the tech colleges, unemployment insurers, the veterans, etc. So the Workforce Investment Board makes the first contact and then staff follows up. The services that they offer, individual resumes, cover letters, mock interviews, classroom training on the job, all kinds of things trying to get them, for displaced workers. And if you turn the page on that, again, some more, they help them with, filling out all kinds of forms and everything like that. So they have set up temporary job centers here in Ladysmith, Hawkins, and Phillips. Because a lot of the people that work at Jeld-Wen live in Price County. And then she's got posters. So the temporary job center postings are here for Rusk County, June 13th, 19th, and 24th. The Phillips, you can see there in Hawkins Library. So this is what they sent me last night. If you turn the next page, the rapid response meeting, they went there and set up to meet to help them with stuff, with the Department of Labor and everything. Turn the next page, there was the posting that they had. They checked with HR director there who said, well, let's cancel the other meeting because the employees aren't going up. The employees probably, they're still working, but they don't know, are they going to take early retirement? Are they just gonna quit? Are they going to move? What are they going to do? A lot of them haven't figured out yet. But these meetings continue. They didn't come to the Rusk County Job Fair that was here because they weren't notified until 2 days before, and they were, I believe, at the job center thing there. So they've got all these people, again, just especially for Jeld-Wen, to do that, but they've been working in the county here before. So if you just keep turning the pages, there's the Jeld-Wen Job Center, and they'll also be doing different, here in Ladysmith, in Hawkins Public Library, July 25th, August 14th, and then again for Phillips. And then the last one is a colored thing, what SEP's activities are, what they offer and everything. So they are, like I said, experiencing a cash flow problem. So they're asking all 10 of the counties in our district to kick in $5,000 as a loan, and it'll be repaid back. The date is like December 31st, 2025, because they're going to have to make up these funds out of grants and extra WIOLA funds. They don't know. They started out. Normally WIOLA has like $2 million that were given to SEP. Now it's been every year it gets cut. Now last year was down to 1.1 million. They're supposed to find out how much it is in April. They still don't have. The government hasn't come out with what the amount is for this year, so they don't know what they're going to do. So, and then I just got an email at 1:18 this afternoon. Bayfield County has already approved the $5,000, and I just got this at 1:18 this afternoon, and this will save, if this passes, to go to the county board for approval. Price County already just approved it, and they have the resolution, so we can just change a few names. This is provision of short-term financial assistance to the Northwest Wisconsin Concentrated Employment Program, Inc., which is NWSEP. whereas Northwest Wisconsin Concentrated Employment Program, Northwest SEP, is a designated job center serving a 10-county area making up Workforce District 7, including, well, again, remember, including Price County. And whereas Northwest SEP, oh, they spelled it wrong. Our program year funding runs from July 1 through June 30th. And whereas due to a reduction of funds and increased expenses allocated for adults and dislocated workers has been exhausted and a financial shortfall has occurred. And whereas at the same time, regional business closures and layoffs have peaked, and whereas Northwest SEP provides important assistance to this population, including job searches, training opportunities, and assistance with unemployment insurance, and whereas Northwest SEP has asked the 10 counties to advance $5,000 each, and now therefore be it resolved that the Price County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes Northwest SEP for the important service they perform, working with employees as they seek or transition employment. Therefore, be it further resolved that the Price County agrees to an interest-free loan to Northwest SEP in the amount of $5,000 through December 31, 2025. And according to this, that was passed. So both Bayfield and Price have passed it. I believe Ashland County is in the process of doing it too. And I don't know about the other counties, because again, we had, there was a Zoom meeting on it, and then we had the SEC and Clio meetings yesterday. So I will ask for the same thing, as our part of the group, that we give $5,000 as a loan to Northwest SEP, due interest-free loan, and it would be due to be paid back by December 31, 2025.
Is this the one that you and Mr. Williams sit on?
Yes. I'm the official rep.
So we have two reps from the county there that are both getting reimbursed?
We only got one.
Right.
No, I'm the one, he is
They created something out of the air for him.
he actually, Mr. Willingham is the vice president of the SEP board. They created some public members in addition to the 10 county members. I am the official Rusk County designated representative.
Correct.
But he is on there.
So are those public members getting like reimbursed for their meetings and stuff from the SEP budget?
From the SEP, yes.
Huh.
Yep.
Doesn't sound like they're managing their funds very well.
Well-
50,000 short.
At the same time, an organization that helps people get jobs, it's an organization I think is important. I mean, they're not even asking for a handout, they're asking to borrow $5,000.
Well,
Other government officials.
I agree.
Their budgets.
It sounds like I'm not saying that they don't, I'm against this, it just sounds like they could do a little better job maybe managing their organization.
If I understand, the Reola funds again got cut. That one of their people, or one of the funding sources also out of Eau Claire, again it had to do with politics, cut them off in mid-year. Well, they couldn't just drop the clients that they were already serving, because they were going to continue serving them and everything. They have 4 offices, Ashland, Superior, I think it's Park Falls and Spooner. And they talked about, they admit that when some of these, and they lost some grants and everything, there's more and more competition coming in. The WIOLA funds are a federal program that's given to the state. There are only 3 SEPs in the United States. There's one in Minnesota, this Northwest SEP, and then one in Kentucky. The other 2 SEPs are much bigger and everything, but they are, the authorization for funding is working its way through the Senate right now, and Tammy Baldwin, they go to her for all this. She's making sure that that language is in there to fund the SEP. And they're also working with Ron Johnson now. So that's working its way through. But again, they don't know what the WIOLA funds are going to be for this year. And part of it is, again, it's a cash flow problem, a timing thing, because they also do the Navigator program, which may be mentioned, well, it's mentioned here, but that's, helping people get basically Obama insurance or any of the subsidized insurances, and that's part of the, insurance things here and everything, and which is, should we say, very profitable, but again, that's from the state, and the state is 2 months behind. So, I mean, they just got paid for March, well, they've already done April and May, and again, it's a cash flow problem. And so they've also hired an in-house accountant, or financial director, I guess they call her, which should also help the thing, because the former one left, they've had to have a public accounting firm handle their stuff. You don't even want to go there and how much they were paying them and everything, I mean, astronomical. So they're cutting the expenses on a lot of other things. They don't want to lay off people, because now they're trying to get people employed. They don't want to add to the problem. I mean, they want to help people get jobs. And so they have been down here helping Jeld-Wen. They're continuing to, and they've been here in the county. We just don't hear about them or know about them. That's why I asked for some more information, and you can see what they've done with Jeld-Wen.
Kinda odd that they had these meetings and nobody showed up.
Well, that's the employees.
Yeah.
Cause the employees don't know probably what they're going to do, or, well, people don't wanna work nowadays anyhow, but, you know, maybe as time goes on, when it gets closer, cause some of them, I think they're being laid off in phases.
They are,
So-
and probably the other thing is they're getting a severance package. And then they aren't eligible for unemployment until after that severance runs out, so
Yeah, they're not, you know.
they probably just thought they didn't need it at the time.
Right, and SEP is, it's not SEP's fault that none of the employees showed up. I mean,
Right.
because even, well, you see in the letter here, in the one that they sent me, we talked with Dean Stevens, HR manager at Jeld-Wen, and they jointly decided to cancel the June 4th meeting because nobody's showing up for them. And it's still available, they'll probably be publicizing it more and everything, and they have 3 places, Lady Smith, Hawkins Library, and then, Park Falls is helping out because that's one of the offices. So any other questions?
So their budget year begins July 1st,
Right,
but they don't know what their funding is
Right.
yet.
right.
That's kinda like the school districts are.
It's Viola,
Yeah.
so that they don't know, and they don't know how, and if they get cut more, well, that will affect the budgets and.
It will affect the loan if we authorize it too.
Well, their funding isn't solely Wheelock. They have other grants and they go off after other stuff. One of the problems is they wanna do more grant writing and get more grants because all other nonprofits and things like that, like from Eau Claire and everything, are starting to encroach on this area. And they've had long time established relationships, like, well, we don't have it around here that much, but they have good relationship with the Bad River tribe and the 4 Indian tribes up there. They have an active, summer program for the kids. So it's adult services, it's dislocated workers, and then there's a youth program. And then they do a lot of other stuff too that, you know, they get reimbursed for.
I believe they used to have an office in
They
Lady
did.
Smith years ago.
They did.
And it was low-income people gaining employment, and there were subsidies
yes.
for
Yep.
employers that hired people through SEP.
They had one here, and I believe in Taylor County also, and they closed the offices when SEP was one entity, and then several years ago, SEP and WIB split, and they're still suffering growing pains from, let's say, separating the two. From not only a legal, but an economic thing too. So WIB works with SEP. Cleos are over both of them. So we just went through and signed new agreements. Just so you know, like I have the new agreements here, well, I went through and checked them out and made a number of corrections on them. And so I went through and I'd say, okay, on page 11, this is wrong, you gotta change the wording here, or this is wrong. So I went through and edited, I don't think anybody else had even read it, and yet they had redone these contracts. So I went through, when we got done with the 14 pages, I said, okay, I'll shut up now, this was yesterday. And then I heard them say, oh, you better proofread everything we do up here. And somebody said, oh no, just have them write all the grants. Well, they wanna hire a grant writer to get more grants. And things are rough up there right now because people are worried, are we going to have a job? I mean, with all this funding stuff going on. But that's why they're saying, and the other thing that they do not want to do, and I cannot guarantee that they won't do, but they do not wanna do, I said, is 5,000 enough? Should it have been 10,000 or 7,000? Because 50,000 is only going to carry them over. Hopefully they're working on all their receivables. Like they say, they've got navigator funds. They've already told WIB, you're gonna have to pay upfront your fringe benefits. We cannot, like for health insurance, you pay it at the beginning of the month. And then they bill, so they have to pay it out. And then they bill WIB for WIB things. They have joint health. Then WIB, gets billed and they pay it like 60 days later. Well, again, it's a cash flow problem with that. So they're working on that and different ways of trying to collect the receivables, trying to find out when they can get these payments, but again, they don't even have WIOLA funds, what they're gonna get for next year yet. So the budget would change, when it comes down to they'll have to. They admit that they should have taken more drastic action sooner, but again, they didn't want to lay off people when they lost some of these grants. They shifted them to other grants and everything. But again, they have the worker dislocated program. They're out of funds right now. They've been out of funds since May, and so that's what this short-term thing is to be doing. And then, like I mentioned to Jamie earlier, they cannot repay money back from the WIOLA funds for expenditures before the WIOLA funds start, like July 1. So again, I have no idea about the other counties. I think, all I can tell you is that Price and Bayfield have approved. Ashland is probably, since they are in Ashland County, I'm sure that one is worked on, or they have a board meeting next week too. So all of these things are going through. So I'm asking for a $5,000 loan to them, to do our part, since we're part of this 10-county.
So do you get reimbursed your mileage in time from this county or from them?
No, we get mileage from here to there, and we get $65 a meeting.
From SEP?
Yep.
So 2 years ago, when you were appointed by Chair Rasak to fill that position, if I remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Willingham decided to keep himself on the board and they created a position for him to stay on it, correct?
Yeah, I think that's accurate, yes.
Just wanted to clarify that. As long as we got a camera there, I wanted to get that.
He's on the SEP board, he is the vice chair, because we just had new elections. He is the vice chair because he's on as a community member, or they value his experience. He's also on Clio, but he's a non-voting member. They have two, only the 10 county members, official members on SEP can be on the Clio board. So he's another member on the Clio board, but they have several other members, because they have to have, for SEP, they have to have a labor representative, they have to have an educator on there, they have to have certain other qualifications besides the 10 county board members. And he's also on Clio, but they asked him and one other member that I think was defeated in an election, because they value their experience. So there's two of them that are on Clio, but they have no voting power, but they want them on there for their.
So some people can be appointed and some have to be elected? Is that what I just heard you say? To this board?
To which one, Clio or SEP?
Well, it doesn't matter which one, I mean,
SEP.
sounds like some people can be appointed and some can be
Clio
elected.
are the 10 that are appointed by the county. SEP, there's 10 people from each county, and then they have additional members on staff.
That's $65 a meeting and 60-some cents a month. Pretty good gig.
Where would we pull this from, Jamie?
I would say mining fund. But, cause I mean, I think you kinda have to plan that you're not going to actually end up getting it back.
Right, you're gonna have to take the risk of the thought that you may not get it back.
And even if it was a guarantee that we would get it paid back, it's a long-term loan, so based on our basis of accounting, we would have to call it an expense when it goes out and then revenue if and when it comes back in.
So, I'll make the motion to pull the 5,000 out of the mining fund to send that to Sel.
I'll second.
A second by Mr. Undershoots. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
Thanks, Jerry.
Number 17, resolution authorizing Rusk County to enter into a settlement agreement with the Kroger Company and agree to the terms and addendum to the MOU allocating settlement proceeds.
Okay, so this is basically the same as the resolution that we signed for the Teva, Walgreens, Walmart, settlement. Yeah,
There was like 2 different ones.
so they're just adding Kroger here, but it's like it's a class action. So this resolution it's the same as the other one, just Teva's in there, and then, just the addendum to the MOU, and we would get, I forget exactly how much this one would be, but it's just the.
0.159% of whatever the settlement is.
Yeah.
You gotta give the lawyers 25% of what we receive.
Yeah, and that 25% comes out before we even get the money.
Yeah.
Because it's all done through, it's all settled through the, it's all a class action thing. And then that money can only be used for opioid abatement, costs, so Jeremy's kinda got that part of it under control. So I don't see any reason why we wouldn't want to.
Accept the free money.
Right.
And we just put that in this thing, cause then we create a fund for that.
There's a separate opioid budget in the health and human services.
I'll make the motion to authorize to enter the settlement agreement.
Motion by Mr. Weidling, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Conigan, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
John,
Yeah.
for my financial assistance, that's gonna go to the county board. And Ashley, I've already got the resolution that Price County used, so I can show it to you and we can adjust that.
Awesome.
Because this should go to the county board to be
Yes.
approved.
Yep.
First, so put it on the agenda, please.
Can you come in tomorrow morning?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Call you.
Yeah, if you can come in before 9:30, cause that's when I have a call scheduled with Rich, and then if we can get the resolution done, then Rich can approve it there.
Okay.
Okay.
But you ain't got nothing to do. Number 18, resolution designating ARPA funds to the Rusk County Housing Authority, addition of Bruce and Hawkins locations. Remember this.
So the original resolution for allocating $45,000 of ARPA funds to the housing authority only listed, Weyerhaeuser, Sheldon, and Ladysmith, because I think there was some confusion between Randy trying to communicate it to the committee what they were trying to do and, what they wanted to do, so they got some other funding assistance that assisted with those locations, so they didn't use that full 45,000. But Randy's original intent when he was asking was to also have it be used to be able to do similar projects at the Bruce and Hawkins locations. So this wouldn't be changing the total dollar amount allocated, it's just changing basically the description of the project. No additional money, it's
Does that
just adding
include-
those two locations to the list of allowable.
Bruce and Hawkins.
I move that we approve designating
I'll second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. 19, approve bargaining invoices. Everybody had a chance to look at it?
Well, go to the paper.
You even got a copy, would you?
Yes, There you go, look at this one.
Sure.
And then this is the gray folder
Thank you,
too,
sir.
those all have to be signed individually too.
Well, this is like a couple pages then.
Like 30, but, yeah.
So, what's the very first entry? $4,900, it says grant CC 2355M garlic mustard. What is that?
That's a forestry grant.
That's an invasive plant.
Okay,
County conservation, the CC is county conservation.
okay.
It's like one of the worst.
Yes,
things out there.
yeah, like Derek, Jacobson and I think, Pat Zimmer had spent a lot of time in the last couple weeks out there trying to
We
control
were
that.
in the summer tour, they mentioned, what are you doing for invasives, and they're like, I don't know, the garlic mustard, we're ready to give up on.
Sometimes they put, so Jared was telling me in a timber sale, they'll put a mat down
Oh, sure.
cause the seeds are the problem.
Oh,
So even if you're
okay.
killing the plant, you're not killing the
The
seeds.
seeds, you
Yeah.
got seed bag in the soil.
The
Yeah.
seeds can germinate.
They multiply like
26
rabbits.
centimeters later.
Blunt about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Did you think that was like a condiment?
No, I just wasn't sure what it was, and I couldn't tell where it was assigned to, so. Why are there invoices from early March in here?
Which ones are you talking about?
Well, it looks like it's coming from the ambulance area.
Oh, okay. Which vendor is it?
That's from Ace, those two are from Ace.
Oh, okay.
I've seen
So-
others, I went through and highlighted stuff.
Yeah,
That way I can find what I have questions on.
yeah, you know how I talked about trying to get, and so the ACE ones too, okay. So
Life
ACE
Quest, there's a bunch there.
Oh, the Life Quest, that's a separate situation, but the ACE, so they're supposed to use credit cards when they go to ACE to purchase stuff, but there are in-house charge accounts. So sometimes, especially with, it's like the ambulance crews, when they need something, they'll go there and in order to actually be able to purchase something on your credit card and be tax exempt, they still have to pull up the charge account in their system. So the workers there, it's easier for them if they just charge it to the account. And so then, if it doesn't get communicated to somebody back here to go over there and pay that invoice by credit card, there could be a couple month lag by the time, all of that gets charged out.
Alright.
And then the Life Quest one, so that's really just a manual invoice that I put in when I work on those reconciliations with the ambulance accounts. So we have a separate bank account with, for the ambulance, that's just really for collections through Life Quest, cause they're our billing provider for that. So then, in order to get those transactions recorded, I have to put in like their invoice, even though they've already pulled that money from our bank account. So, when I was working on budget closeouts and all of that, I got a couple months behind on ambulance reconciliations, so then I put a couple months in at the same time.
Okay. Alright.
Did we ever get the quick trip situation? Did we get an answer back?
Yes, they closed out those, they already had them turn out their cards and told them, whenever possible, get fuel at highway, and if you do need to purchase fuel somewhere else, that's fine, just use your regular credit card. Like if they're
But
in warehouse or.
don't use it in Ladysmith.
Well, I mean, there might be certain circumstances where they would need to use it in Ladysmith, so.
Well, the plumber fuel or something like that, they get that.
So the Roots Residential. Okay, this is on page 20.
So I believe that's one of our, high cost placements.
Yeah, it was just shy of 21,000. So what are these? I mean, I'm sure it's legit, I just don't know what it is.
So I'm trying guidelines spelled out in the attached, this contractual agreement is specific to the unfortunate failed attempt to least restrictively meet the needs of the consumer and the community's safety. Chris and her squad have once again demonstrated their talents at working difficult cases in our community with great effort. This consumer is back at Winnebago Health and will go to Roots on Tuesday. This was this was in October, but these are the types of situations. And continue to be the subject of promoting safety and sustainability while searching for least restrictive options. So
is this like a child that isn't fitting foster care, or is it?
In this particular case, it's getting charged to adult services, so,
So that one could be a rehab, probably.
Your rehab or mental
well, it's
health
charged to
thing or
mental
something
health,
like
so.
that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, alright. So the county takes care of that.
Yeah, we are statutorily obligated to.
Okay, alright. Oh, and what are edge parties?
So Edge is the new DARE.
Ah, okay, yep. Got it. Okay, that's all the questions I have. I just went through and I highlighted everything I had questions about. Good job.
Brian, do you want access so that you can look up any of these invoices at home?
No, geez, I spend enough time looking at that. I'd go down a rabbit hole or something. I'm sure he's saying, thanks for the offer though.
Do you have a total on what we paid venture architects so far?
I can't, just give me a minute here.
No, the payroll is not in here though. And I mean, I don't expect that to be itemized, but like where does that come out of the budget to? Or we don't approve that at all, that goes to
That's part of
personnel?
that's part of the budget that you guys are approving for, or, any wage increases that.
So those are pre-approved, they don't come as expenditures that need to be approved.
Right, and the department heads are, they're signing off on each of the payrolls, and I actually just finished reviewing the 615 payroll. $265,199.58.
That was close, I think, 260.
And that's not including savings.
Correct. You want that one too?
Yeah, if it's not too much trouble with them.
265. Oh, how much we paid them so far?
Venture architects, and then she's looking, Samuel's is a separate.
265.
260, I was close.
You were pretty close.
125,000.
3.
And that's just what they've invoiced us.
Yeah, the last check to Samuel's group was,
Pretty close.
517.
You're pretty close to 500,000.
Well, you heard Kurt today say that he's at the end of what you guys already approved, that's why these resolutions came, so you're gonna spend the full $500,000.
Only 300 something change.
But we're not caught up on invoices,
Yeah,
though.
it's like 390, but
Isn't that a quote approved for like 490?
I think it was 500 or just a year under.
I thought it was just under.
Yeah.
Can we multitask here?
I feel like you guys
Do you want to do the gray folder? Are there any questions in that gray folder?
I haven't got there, but can we just multitask quick on, approval for out of county travel for Verna for 4550?
where are you traveling?
Verna.
Oh,
For out of county travel for 4550.
$45.50.
That was a finance meeting on 516.
Motion.
Make motion approved by Mr. Undershoots,
For treasury, for Verna to travel. I'll second.
second by Mr. Coggins, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carried. It's just a one.
Yep. So, yeah. I'll have probably another one for you next month, but we didn't have all of our costs available yet.
Make a motion to pay the bills.
Motion by Mr. Undershoots to pay the bills, is there a second? Second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried to pay the bills. Administrative coordinator report. Ready?
Okay, so from personnel, we talked about a lot of what went on in personnel already. The two other things, personnel did approve the bailiff wages increasing from $12.50 an hour to $20 an hour, retroactive back to June 1st. I don't believe that will impact anything though, because there were no jury trials. And Lori does have a couple jury trials coming up later this summer, and she was worried about, staffing obviously with such a low wage for the bailiffs, so that was approved. The second bigger thing out of personnel is that the county will be paying overtime compensation out to our jailer dispatchers back to May 16th of 2022. Our human resources manager noticed we were in violation of the FLSA law. So the personnel committee did authorize that back compensation.
How much was that?
We are still,
Couple hundred.
no, I think it'll be under 100, but, I'm still working through all the calculations because it can vary quite a bit.
Because people's wages have changed.
Well, it's not so much the wages, it's the, yeah. Yeah, so like you could have somebody that was on leave for a decent chunk of that time, so it doesn't really impact them as much as somebody that was working, their normal shift. Especially like those new people that don't have vacation time to start off with, they're the ones that really periods it didn't, you know, there's no effect, but other ones, there's 16 hours. Depending on how those
So it's a time consuming thing going back through and finding.
So it's, yeah, it's very, very manual.
You ever heard of an every other day for a 12-hour shift, right?
Pardon?
You ever heard of an every other day, every other 4 days, 12-hour shift?
I sure have.
Okay, so from joint management, BioOrigin is renting additional space at the Gates Avenue building for storage. A driveway and fencing are being installed on the south end of the Gates Avenue building for an approximate $4,500. Security deposits from 3 former tenants are being returned. Oak Pros vacated in 2023. We owe them back just under $3,000. Wisconsin's screen process fell through the cracks somehow with the former administration. They vacated in, I think, 2018. We owe them $750. And Beechworth is now defunct, and I am unable to make contact with their parent company, James Hardy. So it seems as if we will probably turn that back over to the Department of Revenue in the unclaimed. A new joint management agreement is currently being discussed in the joint management committee. Nothing to forward at this time. And the city has noticed the county that they would like to renegotiate the animal shelter agreement. Again, I have no further information to share on that. We have just been put on notice that they would like to renegotiate.
Renegotiate as in, not the animal shelter, but the other one, what'd you say?
The joint management agreement, yes.
What do they wanna negotiate?
No, they did, no, negotiate the animal shelter agreement. The joint management agreement is just something that I believe Al Christensen Senior proposed to the committee.
Is it the same one that was, I'm assuming?
It's the same one that he handed out at that meeting that you were at in April.
Oh, with 6 members instead of 5
Right.
and so on?
And we discussed it a bit. Talked to Rich about it, and we're supposed to study it and bring it back and discuss it this next meeting. Yeah, I know.
It won't work.
You guys gonna discuss handing all the money funds over to them too?
No,
Is that on the
that's not,
agenda?
that's
I
not.
was just checking. I mean, they probably would
Well,
like that.
I guess you could probably remind him that we're just about out of line, funds, we can't pay for anything. We're thinking about it. What are we down to on that anyway, it's just curiosity, Jamie?
About $1 million.
Huh?
It's about $1 million.
Yeah, it was on that account. Summary.
Well, less than that, we just took 5,000 out.
I'm gonna pay it back.
What'd you say?
$995,000.
There you go.
I don't know why you guys just don't give it to me.
You know, I got things around, you know, right there,
Okay, update again on the hospital property is that the proposals for that land are due back on July 12th. And for those new members, the board did direct the property committee to go through those proposals and conduct interviews, and then ultimately a decision will be made by the full county board at the recommendation of the property committee. For 1201 Lake Ave, which, to refresh your memories, is the vacant lot to the west of the Prevea Clinic building. The county acquired that in that transaction. Property approved an RFP last Friday, so that will also be on the board agenda for approval on Tuesday. The amount that I put in there for like kind of our lowest bid amount is the estimated fair market value from 2023, which is $203,100. Again, that is, all of this is subject to you guys' approval, so if we bring it to the floor at county board and you don't like that number, that is not set in stone, it's just a draft.
I suppose that'll be in the packet.
Yep.
I was gonna ask you for it, but I'll check with that.
Yep.
Somehow.
Tuesday will have it. That's all I got.
Hey, clerk's report.
Well, the software is up and running for the open records. The They look
Dag on it.
Yeah. My LT will be out of the office on Wednesday will be her last day. Not the first. And I think that's, I gotta go to WCCA meeting on Sunday. I'll be back on Tuesday.
When do the absentee ballots have to be sent?
The 26th. We have to get them to you by the 26th. They have to be out by the 27th. Ready to roll.
Back to finance director's report.
Okay, well, we are currently having our audit going for 2023. So far, no major issues. Sky's been working on getting budget worksheets rolled for the departments, so I plan on getting those sent out next week. Just tell them they've gotta have them back by the end of July. So at the July meeting, I think we should look at scheduling some dates for budget meetings with the departments. So bring your calendars with. I talked to Rich about the ambulance billing, and he is working on they're close to getting to serving, like the, expert billing company.
Oh, I was just thinking about that, when I saw that stuff in the invoices. So we're still dealing with that.
Or, yeah, I mean, there's been, it's
Getting
been radio
close
silent.
to serving now?
Yeah.
Only 2 years.
Yeah, I think we're really hopeful that we would be able to, cause we really aren't looking for monetary damages or anything. We just want our data back, so I think we were really hoping that
Maybe if
it
we
would
add
come
some
to us, but-
monetary value to it, it'll get us the data.
Yeah.
The problem is we can't get our money because we don't have the data, or we overbill somebody.
Yeah, we can't reimburse or anything until. Plus, what these costs in the finance department for the extra work they're gonna have to go through and try to straighten all this mess out.
That's town hall's problem, right?
Is it? Oh, okay. Delegate, that's my main word for delegate.
That, actually Teresa would probably be willing to help. So that's all I got.
Review and amend future committee meeting dates.
Is everybody good with July 18th at 3 o'clock? Is that still work or?
I already had it, I wrote it already.
It's good for me, unless somebody else has got an issue.
That's in stone.
Okay, so 3 o'clock on the 18th. Yeah, come prepared to schedule budget meetings and all, I guess, for departments.
No, that's
Yeah, so usually we have,
Where held the summer
yeah, like there's usually at least
Yeah,
3
nope.
full day meetings.
It just started
where
today.
Departments come in and present their budget proposals.
Okay, so we need to sign some of these resolutions, some
Word.
Ash.
What's that?
Okay,
Yeah. 'Cause we
it'll be
have-
3 days in a row.
No, we usually try to break them up, over a few weeks. We try to, but we'll wanna fit 3 full days in within the month of August.
And I think it ended up being 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah, then we usually end up scheduling more, but
Oops.
once we get those dates picked, then.
I haven't been home long enough to hear it, so.
Maybe aren't available during these dates.
Really?
Okay.
I haven't been home and watched in the daytime then.
You hear that rooster crowing?
Boy.
Now, once she's outside that door, you record, you can say, God damn. They'll cross the river at it.
No, it don't bother me none, but it's pretty noisy sometimes.
You heard what they named it, right?
I did,
Yeah.
Somebody told me what.
Yeah, this is like
They're pretty cute.
a lot of my
Yeah,
work
lots
is
of fun with it.
affected by everybody else's.
Yeah, it's nice, and
But like
It's
I can
pretty
still
noisy
get
sometimes.
my meeting at 8 o'clock.
so it's over at this place. Your middle, it's right there. Just look at it.
I don't know if I can do that.
I think you have to send us the
It's actually, I mean, it's better than some campgrounds as far as how they're in, for sure.
Well, he added,
And I will say that they're not noisy. It's just trials.
Yep.
Tracy kept it really tight. About 8 o'clock in the morning, get quiet time.
Yeah.
It wasn't so hard.
Yeah, usually like that
And I
first
did
week.
one.
you don't realize how noisy it is when you're up front.
Oh, no, it's got earplugs on it.
Yes, or actually it'll be that second week, the fair.
When is the fair this year?
Like this, is it the?
Easily. My kids have trouble to buy them.
No, this is just for one.
Yeah.
Next time he's over, trying to get them all sports gravel.
So supposedly, they say that since he got.
In August, there's like one more.
This is the one where there's office building.
So I work, I
Okay.
my contract, they'll make it. Yeah, well, and usually like
I always got along with him, but I never got in a situation where it was gonna come down to me being right or him being right.
So I always got along with them too, but.
Yeah.
They said he really.
Admin coordinator, HR, their budget's fine. But they also, we also have that kind of development budget that we get in there to the clerk. The council budget, which usually we just do that one, forestry.
It was interesting.
Medical examiner.
Similar to what I did.
I'll just write in one budget. We have health and human services, sheriff's department, district attorney, clerk of court, highway, animal shelter. There's a lot, like you think that, oh, we should be able to like get this in, but like, health and human services has 4 different budgets or more. And he actually is pretty good about keeping it on half. Yeah, that makes sense. Because it is what it is. Sheriff's department is usually half hour, 45 minutes. But then
They're gonna be longer this year though, out of committee.
Some of the general public.
Yeah.
Expenses down.
And then sometimes it's like, like 2 hours on forestry or something, some other department, not forestry, but you get off on a tangent.
John's the only one that's gonna sign this one. That's like it's a double check. I think it's only for the chair.
There's only one, did you get that one that was already licensed?
Oh, yeah, I wanted it to stay with the resolution, but yeah, that's just for the board chair.
Oh, yeah, it's just Johnny signage on it. I would have forgotten it,
Yeah.
I have one.
Put it right there, we'll save it all.
Give it to Brian, give it to another one of his grandkids.
Give them to Ashley and
You got a
Anna.
grandkid that wants it?
I don't.
Tell him, Jamie said that you guys would use these. And then Ashley will really want it.
Well, she's already got a whole bunch, you better pick another one for your grandkid. They might want 2. People want on each shoulder.
Only got 9.
Ashley, don't call me.
You ain't got enough.
You need a sticker for your truck.
Yeah, it's right.
She's very proud of that.
Yep.
My very first time seeing that Ashley, she's like, I have a friend named Ashley.
Are we adjourned yet?
No, not until everybody signs the papers.
I agree with you, I think that was a great action speech.
I just wanna make sure.
Tracy already.
Okay, I'm not coming in around like 10.
Yeah, I love it, for sure.
finish it.
Already
signed it.
Yeah.
But it's, what
Speaking
is
of
it
that,
for?
check my renewal
Well,
yesterday.
it said here,
I already signed it.
yeah, they signed here too.
I need it.
You're gonna be difficult.
Or renew.
What you guys got going on? We're waiting on
Oh,
you.
well, I don't know what this, I feel like this is a second page to something, so I
Wherever you
didn't.
see little initials, just initial right with
I'd say
them.
to June.
I think we're double initialing it, but
That's
Jeremy
okay.
says, don't be difficult, just double initial like everybody else. If the group's wrong, he says be wrong with the group, so I think.
I feel like Bill takes that as a challenge.
You're gonna yell at me, I don't wanna get in trouble. Because look, this is the page, this is just a continuing page.
Oh, that's got the full on it. You want the full page.
Wow, okay, so I guess if I was gonna do, okay.
Just put your signature on it. You're holding up the show.
You guys gotta initial every page, there's like 5 pages of invoice, he initials each one.
Hey, we wanna be thorough because we don't wanna be.
Make sure that you know they looked at that page.
Yes.
Alright, I got it. I'll try not to get out of line next time.
Forget your bag.
How many more you got there, Terry?
The ad hoc